when you heard in the video, he's got a knife, you didn't hear that?
At that time there, nah, I didn't hear that.
Do you know who said that, having watched the video?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, when the paramedics arrived, did you in fact end up going to the hospital?
Yes.
And what hospital did you go to?
Griffin Hospital in like Ansonia, Derby.
Okay. And when you got to the hospital, can you tell us a little bit about what treatment you went through?
They just stitched me up. Honestly, I don't really remember much from me actually being at the hospital because I really like kind of blocked it out of my head. But they sent me up there. It was like maybe like I was there to like 3, 4 in the morning, maybe. And then after that, I just went home.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 70 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State 70?
Yes, I do.
And what is State 70?
That's my arm.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate picture of your arm the morning of, after you got stitched up?
Yes, sir.
To show you State's Exhibit 71 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 71?
Yes.
And what is 71?
That's also a picture of my arm.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate picture of what the wound looked like stitched up after you left the hospital?
Yes, sir.
And the only difference between 70 and 71 would be what?
The piece of paper over my arm.
It shows the length of the wound?
Yeah, length of the wound, yeah.
Stay with off and use this full exhibit, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith? All right. Court will accept into evidence States 70 and 71. Thank you. Full exhibits.
I'm going to show you State 70 that's been marked as a full exhibit. State 70, is that what your wound looked like after your hospital visit, Faison?
Yes, sir.
And State 71, that show, I guess, the length of the wound
Yes, sir.
on your arm?
Yes, sir.
Faison, do you still have a scar?
Yes, I do.
Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that is?
That's right here.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses pointing to his left elbow area?
Attorney Smith, are you able to see you and your client?
I can see, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
And when you received the stab wound that night, you said you had fat hanging out?
Yeah.
How far was it hanging out?
It was like, hey, it was nasty, man. It was like hanging like down to here. Like it was.
And when you went to the hospital, did they have to push it back in?
I don't know. I don't recall like what they did with it.
How long after you got out of the hospital and you received these stitches? How long was your recovery in this case? In relation to your wound?
To my arm. So I had my arm wrapped up and stitched up for about 3 to 4 weeks, give or take. I had slight nerve damage, like nothing too insane, but I did not feel it in my arm for a little bit. It was just numbness. And then for about a year after it all took place, like I could be doing the simplest of things, like going to get a glass of water from the fridge. And my whole arm just like shut down out of nowhere for like just like a split second. Like and just go numb, just come down. I'll just be like, oh, whoa, that's crazy. But not
Does that still happen?
occasionally. It's not as often. Like I would just say, like literally every once in a blue moon, it will happen.
Now, as a result of being stabbed on May 14th of 2022, have you had any other types of effects? Has this wound had any other types of effects on you?
Like mentally,
Yeah.
yeah, it has.
Can you explain how it has mentally affected you?
Man, it was the worst day of my life. Plain and simple. Like
Why was it the worst day of your life?
never in a million years did I think being at one of my best friend's house, I would get stabbed, or 3 other of my friends would get stabbed, or James McGrath would die. It's like, even though I think about it like every day, like I try to really mentally block it off from myself, because I tried therapy, but that don't work for me. It don't. Like, I just couldn't do it. So I just try to like mentally block out everything. And even some days I'm just like thinking to myself, like, why him? Like, it sounds dark, but I'd be like, it should have been me instead of Jimmy. Because you don't see kids on this earth like that. Like, just a kid that smile every single time you see him. You don't see that. It's really rare. And it's like, I don't know, man. It affects me every day. Like, I can't even go to church no more like that. I used to go to church all the time. Like, I'm talking pastor, my dad a pastor, all that stuff. That's where I figured out Jimmy died. So I can't go there. Like, even when I try to go, I start messing my head a little bit. I just start thinking about everything. But like, this messed me up, man. Like,
Has since May 14th of 2022, has this affected you with regards to your schooling?
yes, it has also. I started at the University of New Haven nearly like 3 months after I went to after the incident happened. But I like couldn't really do school because all I would think about is what happened for the first year and a half. So I had to drop out and start doing community college for a little bit, just like get back on my feet, kind of, sort of. But this year I will be going back to the University of New Haven and then hopefully graduate on time. That's a hope. That's a hope. But if I'm in 5th year, it happens. You know, it's normal. It's life. But that's really it. You know, like it was hard in school, man, because I had no one to really talk to about it. Because I didn't want to like even tell people like I was involved, because it like paints a picture that you trying to like get people to feel sorry for you off the rip, and you just meeting new people, you know. So I don't want them to think of me as like, oh, this is just a kid who just got stabbed, and he's like looking for remorse from all of us, and we just met the kid. So I really just kept it to myself when I first got to the school.
On May 14th of 2022, at Tyler Rich's house, did you have any weapons on you?
No.
Did you use any weapons that night during the fight?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right. Attorney Smith?
Thank you.
Sure.
Good morning, Mr. Teal. How are you?
Doing good. How are you, man?
Good. We've never met before.
No.
I'm just going to go over with you some of your testimony from yesterday and today. If you would just keep your voice up, you know, we've got these loud fans going here for us. You told us yesterday that you had started the evening at another party, right? That was at Mr. Crespo's house?
Yes.
And that was for a surprise birthday party, right?
Yes, sir.
You thought maybe you'd had 2 beers there or so?
Yeah.
And you thought you got there around 9 o'clock, spent about an hour there, and left around 10, right?
Yes.
And from there, you went over to Tyler Rich's house because you told us that was the regular thing to do.
Yeah, pretty much.
When you say the regular thing to do, you meant on a weekend night in general, or that month because something special was going
Just
on?
regular thing to do, hang out with your friends. That's it.
And was it a regular thing to go over there and that there would be underage drinking going on?
I wouldn't say it's a regular thing.
No?
Just hanging out.
Okay. So this was unusual to go over there and that there would be drinking going on that
It
night?
wasn't unusual. It's not like it don't happen every single time. Like, I might drink every once in a blue moon, but it's not like every weekend.
Okay. Did you know when you went over there that Mr. Rich's parents weren't going to be there?
Nah, I didn't know.
When you got there, did you discover that Mr. Rich's parents were not there?
No, not really.
You didn't know that because you went straight down into the
Yep.
basement? And you told us you didn't bring any alcohol with you.
No.
You went right into the house.
Yep.
And you'd shown up with Mr. Oko, who drove you,
Yes.
Jacob Villalobos, and Matthew Sanchez.
Moore Sanchez.
I'm sorry?
Matthew Moore Sanchez.
Matthew Moore Sanchez. Is that like hyphenated?
Yeah. Actually, I don't know. It might be. I don't know.
Okay. You walked into the basement through what we've all heard about, those Belco doors, right?
Yeah.
And people, you said, were just chilling, hanging out, and they were drinking down there, correct?
Yeah, they was drinking.
You yourself hadn't brought any alcohol?
Nah.
There was alcohol provided to you there. You had 2 Bud Lights, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember who gave you those 2 Bud Lights?
Nah, I was just bumming a beer off someone.
Okay. Did you see Aiden King there?
Yeah, I saw Aiden King.
Did he have Bud Lights?
Not that I recall.
And you told us that you think you had maybe as many as 4 drinks, right?
Yes, sir.
It was dark that night?
Yeah, it was nighttime.
Sure. Was it also misty or rainy?
Not that I recall.
You don't recall that?
I don't recall.
And when you got there, you said that no one was outside, right?
No, sir.
When you got down into the basement, how many people were there?
Probably like anywhere between 20 to 30, give or take.
20 to 30?
Yeah.
Do you remember telling us yesterday that it was maybe less than that? 15 to 20?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. And you told us that you were really good friends with Tyler Richards.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And you're also friends with Jimmy McGrath?
Yes, I was friends with him.
And how did you know Jimmy McGrath?
I knew him just through other people, pretty much. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you he's my best friend in the whole wide world, but he's a really good friend of mine.
And you went through a list of folks that were there. It sounded like most of them you either went to school with or you played football with.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair to say? And you identified yourself as having worn a Marvel Duck shirt that night, right?
Yes, sir.
But at some point you told us you'd taken that shirt off.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Do you remember when you took that shirt off?
When I was outside.
Was it before the fight that we saw?
I don't believe so.
It didn't get taken off in the course of that fight, right?
Nah, it was just hot outside.
And you said that Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik showed up, right?
Yep.
And you spoke with them briefly.
Yeah.
So they showed up after you were there, or they were in the basement?
It was after I got there they came.
Okay, so they arrived after you.
Yeah.
And when they got there, you learned that there had been some sort of fight over at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
And you said you were unaware of the basketball group chat?
What group chat?
You don't recall there being a group chat going on that evening?
No.
Griffin Marcinzik or Ryan Hines didn't tell you, hey, we're texting these kids, telling them to come over here?
No.
You didn't show up at the house until sometime around 10:30?
Yes, sir.
When you showed up and went down into the basement, nobody was talking about a 5 Lazy Brook?
Not when I got there, no.
That was only after Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik arrived?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you told us yesterday that you learned of that group chat from Tanner Chernowski before these kids arrived, right?
I did not say that.
You don't recall telling us yesterday that you learned about this group chat from Tanner Chernowski before the kids arrived?
I didn't say before which kids arrived.
Before the kids from the 5 Lazy Brook fight arrived in the pilot.
Are you talking? Oh, before that? Yeah, before that, yes.
Before that, you'd learned from Tanner Chernowski
Yeah, from Tanner
that there was
Chernowski.
this group chat going on, right?
I didn't know nothing about a group chat. I just knew they was texting.
Well, that he was texting.
Yeah.
Is your understanding that that's different than a group chat?
I mean, a group chat is when there's a lot of people, but I wasn't really like looking for details. You just said like they was texting.
Okay, so you didn't know that there was a group chat, so to speak, but you did know that there was texting going on.
Yes.
And you knew that that texting, you learned about that from Tanner Chernowski.
Yes, sir.
And you knew that that texting involved texting the address of 43 Laurel Glen Drive to these other kids, correct?
No, sir.
What was your understanding of what that texting involved?
I just knew they were talking to someone else.
You knew they were talking in a polite, friendly fashion with someone else?
I had no idea, sir.
They didn't tell you what they were texting? They just said, hey, we're texting?
I don't recall.
You don't recall what they were texting?
No, sir.
So Tanner Chernowski told you that they were texting someone, but he didn't tell you what that had anything to do with?
No, sir.
And you said that then, shortly thereafter, Griffin and Ryan arrived, some people that were not invited showed up, right?
Yeah.
And again, it's your testimony that you didn't know that, in fact, they had been told to come to that address by these people that were texting them.
I had no idea.
And then you told us you saw that somebody had McDonald's. Who was that?
I heard that they had McDonald's.
You heard that the people that had showed up in the car had McDonald's?
Yeah.
Do you remember who told you that?
No, sir.
Okay. But you told us you're a hungry guy, and that McDonald's drew you out there.
Yeah.
Okay. So you walked through the driveway and across, and the car that you described as having showed up, that was across the street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Close to the right-hand curb of the other side of the street, right?
Yes, sir.
And you told us you didn't recall which way it was facing, though.
No, I did not.
And when you went outside, you were with Tyler Richards, correct?
Yes.
And then you said 5 to 7 other people, but yesterday you couldn't remember who any of those people were other than Tyler Richards. Do you remember who any of those folks were now?
No, sir.
And that ultimately, you and those 5 to 7 other people were then joined by more people, correct?
Where, like, outside by the car?
When you went outside,
Yeah, by the car. Like, what? At what point?
near the car?
Repeat the
sorry.
question for me.
Sure. So we're talking about now when you've gone outside and you're with Tyler Richards, right?
Yeah.
5 to 7 other people.
Yep.
You've seen this car that you've described for us as being across the street.
Yeah.
And you said that it was your understanding that those people had not been invited.
Yes.
So that's where we are now.
Okay.
You and these 5 to 7 other people, where are you standing at this point?
I was near the driver's side.
You were near the car, right?
Yeah.
And in fact, you told us that you were right next to it, right? You got pretty close.
Yeah, I got pretty close.
And then you were joined by more people, correct?
It was like not really. Like,
Okay. You don't remember telling us yesterday that you had been joined by more people?
now we were outside by the car. No, I don't recall that.
Okay. When you're outside by the car, it was just you and 5 to 7 other people?
I believe so. Yes.
Where were the rest of the people that were at the party?
They're out. Some people are outside, but they was really just standing on the grass.
They were just standing on the grass?
Yeah.
So just you and maybe 5 to 7 other people are by the car?
Yes.
Not any other people joined you?
No.
Okay. You looked into the car and you said there were 4 people inside, correct?
Yes.
And you recognized Mackenzie Trafficante because you knew her from middle school?
Yep.
And you talked with the driver, right?
I don't believe so. No.
You don't recall telling us yesterday you conversed with the driver and you were asking him about McDonald's?
I didn't say that.
Okay. Did you ask anybody about McDonald's?
Yeah. Well, when I came to the car first, I was like, I asked like, y'all got McDonald's or whatever. But then after that, I was really just telling them to leave.
Okay. Who did you ask about y'all have McDonald's?
At the time, I didn't know who the driver was, but now I know it's Jack Snyder.
Okay. So you did ask the driver about McDonald's, right?
Yeah, I asked somebody in the car.
Well, was it the driver, sir, or was it somebody else?
It was the driver.
It was the driver?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they said, no, we don't have any McDonald's, and you backed off, right?
Yeah.
But you were
much.
still near the car at that point.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you hadn't been joined by anybody else. It was just you and these 5 to 7 other folks.
Yes, sir.
So that's you, Tyler Richards, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's 2. And you can't remember who the other
No, I do not
5 to
recall.
6 people were.
I don't recall.
You said you observed some arguing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who was arguing?
I do not recall.
You said you got closer, correct?
I do not recall.
Okay. And you screamed, y'all got to leave, y'all got to dip, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you do remember that part that you told us yesterday.
Yes, sir.
You don't remember who it was that was arguing or telling us that you got closer, though.
What, bro? Repeat the statement.
You don't remember telling us yesterday that you had gotten closer to the car after you observed the arguing.
I do not recall.
Okay. And you said that the vehicle wasn't moving, right?
No, not at first.
And then these people that were near the car, which you've described now as being just 5 to 7 people, they started rocking the car, right?
Yeah.
They had their hands on the car?
Yep.
And you're sure it was just 5 to 7 at that point?
Yes, sir.
Nobody else had peeled off with you to go stand back and away from the car?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember who those 5 to 7 were?
I do not recall.
Was Tyler Richards one of them?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so you do recall that it was Tyler Richards who was one of those people?
You already asked me that.
Sir, I'm asking you now. You just told us before that you didn't recall who any of those 5 to 7 were.
You asked me, besides Tyler Rich, do you remember any of those people? And I said, I do not recall.
Well, trying to figure out who is still around that vehicle. You've now told us that you moved away from the car, correct?
No, I said I stepped a little bit away from the vehicle.
Right. Leaving at least Tyler Richards there by the car, correct?
Yes.
But you can't remember who any of the other people were?
No, I do not recall.
Okay. And you saw Tyler Richards do what near the car?
I do not recall.
So you don't recall seeing Tyler Richards reach in to the front driver's side window,
No, I do not recall.
and you don't recall who it was that was rocking the car, but you would agree that there was rocking of the car going on.
Yes, sir.
And you said that at some point the vehicle went down the road towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then back towards Adams, right?
Yes. Like a
The
back.
car went back and forth, and people were chasing it, right?
Yep.
And the Shelton High kids, they were throwing things at the car, you told us.
Yeah.
You don't recall anything being thrown from the car, correct?
No, I don't recall that.
And you heard something hit the car and heard it shatter, right?
Yeah. Like a bang sound.
But you don't recall seeing what that was. that hit the
Nah,
car.
I didn't see it.
You didn't see anybody throw anything at the car that you could identify who that was.
No, sir.
Then you said at some point the car stopped driving back and forth, right?
Yeah.
And that there were some people over there a bit further away, closer to Farmhouse Lane at that point, right?
I do not recall.
I'm gonna show you. State's Exhibit 1. Put it right there behind you. You recall looking at that yesterday? And you recall telling us that the car stopped driving back and forth, and there were some people over there a bit further away, closer to Farmhouse Lane. Do you see Farmhouse Lane on that exhibit?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you remember telling us that yesterday?
Yes, I
Okay.
Yes,
And-
I do remember saying that.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I do remember saying that.
Okay. And that you were still at this point on the side of the road by 43 Laurel Glen Drive, where that red marker is on the Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that everybody started coming back to the house, and you stayed outside, right?
Yeah.
And you watched as friends of yours went down the street, correct?
Yeah.
But you weren't with them, right?
No, sir.
You stayed there at 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes, sir.
Just looking down the street to see
Yes,
what was
sir.
going on. And those people, they were about 2 football fields away. Is that fair to say?
I do not recall. Two football.
You're a football player, correct?
Of course I am.
Okay. Well, when you looked down that way, did it seem like it was maybe about 2 football fields away?
No, I don't
No.
recall.
How close did it seem to you?
I do not recall. It was like down the street.
Okay. You can't put a distance on it?
No.
Did you hear anything when you saw your friends go down the street?
No, sir.
You didn't hear anything being thrown, any threats being shouted, anything like that?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything being thrown?
No, sir.
Did you see anybody get out of the car?
No, sir.
At some point, these folks who had gone down there, how many people do you think went down the street?
Maybe like 5, if that.
Was it the same 5 that had remained around the vehicle?
I don't recall.
But at some point, these people came back, you said, and you dapped them up and high-fived them, right?
Yeah.
For running people off, you said.
I did not say that. I was just
You
dapping them
didn't
up.
tell us yesterday that you dapped
Oh,
them
yeah,
up and
like,
high-fived
yeah,
them
from
for
like,
running people off?
Yeah, like away from the property, yes.
Okay. Well, why'd you say you didn't say that?
But just the way you worded it. That's it.
And then you remained outside, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never went back into the basement.
No, sir.
But most of the other folks did go back in the basement, right?
Yes.
Was anybody else outside with you at this point?
It was like me, Rich, trying to think. Ty Wood was out there with us. Definitely. Who showed? I don't recall after that.
But you, Tyler Rich, and Ty Woods at least stayed
Yeah,
outside, didn't go
yeah.
back into the house?
Yeah, nah.
And you told us at some point that this car returned, this Honda Pilot, right?
Yes, sir.
And you and Tyler Rich were still outside when that happened?
Yes, sir.
And did Tyler Rich say, "They're back"?
I do not recall.
You don't recall hearing anybody say they're back?
I don't recall.
Do you recall hearing anybody say anything?
Not really, no.
You said two people got out and they came up to you, right?
Yes.
And that was in that area that you described for us near the cement box by the tree that's now there,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And at that point, you told us that Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva got out of the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall where Mr. De Silva got out of the car from?
The car?
Passenger side, back seat?
I do
anything like
not
that?
recall.
But you do recall that he was wearing a baseball jersey?
Yes, sir.
And you said they approached and they looked like they were trying to start a problem, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean by they looked like they were trying to start a problem?
I mean, when you could just like tell when somebody's walking up at a place they're not supposed to be, and it's the way somebody look.
Okay. How did they look?
Just like ready to start an issue, bro. Like I don't know like how you want me to describe it. Like they didn't like look like they was coming like cheery, like mad friendly, like hey guys, how you doing? Like you know they wasn't like that or anything. Like they just came. Like you just tell by their demeanor if you're able to read a person.
Did they come running at you?
Nah,
Did they have their fists up?
nah,
Did you see a knife?
no, I didn't see no knife.
Did you see Mr. De Silva approach Mr. Richards?
Yes, sir.
Rich, sorry. And was he talking to Mr. Rich?
Yeah, they was talking.
And did it appear to be civil?
Yeah. Like at first, kind of, sorta. Then
How many people were in the yard at that point?
at that point in time, I would say like 5 to 10, like in the yard.
At some point, you were joined by everybody that had been inside the house, correct?
Yeah, there's a lot of people outside.
There was a lot of people outside?
Yes, sir.
How many?
About like 20 to 30.
And those 20 to 30 started to encircle Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valle, right?
No, sir.
No, sir?
Nah,
What did they do?
they was outside chilling.
They were just outside chilling,
Yep, observing the scene.
observing the scene
Yeah, like just like watching from the grass. Like,
quietly?
yeah, pretty much.
Did you see anybody with their cameras out?
No,
Didn't see anybody recording anything?
nope,
Didn't see anybody with flashlights?
nope.
You said that Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva were not close to you, correct?
At first they weren't, no.
You heard somebody say that they were looking for Aiden King, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Aiden King anywhere?
Not at the time, no.
And at that point, you told us you moved to the front of this group.
Yes, sir.
How did you move to the front of the group that was just milling around and chilling?
Nah, all right, boom. You want me to show you?
I'd like you to describe it if you
I
could.
mean, I could describe it to you. I was a bit in the back. Then I heard them saying they was looking for Aiden King. So I came to the front.
You were in the back of who?
And I don't recall who, but I was just like, I wasn't standing like toe to toe at first. Like I was just like a little off to the back.
But you had to move around some people in order to get to the front?
Maybe like 1 or 2 people, yeah.
Just 1 or 2 people?
Sure.
I'm sorry?
I said yes.
Do you think it might have been more?
No.
No, you think it was only 1 or 2?
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva were only 2 feet apart, correct?
Yeah.
Was Mr. Valle behind Mr. De Silva?
I do not recall.
Was Mr. Valle beside Mr. Rich?
I do not recall.
And you told us you were closer to Mr. Valley, and you said y'all got to leave, right?
Yeah.
You also said, as you told officers, but you haven't told us here, my friends are crazy, they get rowdy, right?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall telling that to Detective Mango on June 8th of 2022?
No, I do not recall that.
And you don't recall saying to Mr. Valley, my friends are crazy, they get rowdy, y'all need to leave.
No, I do not recall that.
Would you describe your friends as being crazy and getting rowdy?
No.
No.
Nah.
And you said somebody was arguing with Tyler Rich, right?
Yeah.
Who was arguing with Tyler Rich?
I don't recall.
There were only 2 people that got out of that car. You don't recall who was arguing with Tyler Rich?
Oh.
How close were you to Tyler Rich when this happened?
I was fairly close to him.
And you said the arguing lasted about 30 seconds.
Yeah, if that, like maybe 20.
And that then a punch was thrown by Tyler Rich, right?
Yes, sir.
And you don't recall why he threw that punch, right?
No, sir.
You didn't see Mr. Valley do anything to attack Mr. Rich, did you?
I do not recall.
You didn't see Mr. Valley do anything to attack you, did you?
I don't recall.
You didn't see Mr. Valley do anything to attack anybody at that point, did you?
I don't recall.
You don't recall why Mr. Rich decided to punch him, but it wasn't because you saw Mr. Valley do anything to Mr. Rich or anybody else at that point.
I don't recall.
Well, did you see Mr. Valley do anything to anybody at that point?
I don't recall.
But you recall seeing Mr. Valley,
Yes, sir.
but you don't recall what you saw him do.
Nope.
You do recall, however, somebody saying, "Where's Aiden? That's my boy. I want to talk to him."
Yeah, I recall that.
But you don't recall telling the officers that someone threw a punch, but you didn't know who it was.
I do. Wait. What? Restate the statement.
You're telling us that you saw Tyler Rich throw the punch, but you didn't tell officers that when you spoke to them, right? You said, "I don't know, someone threw a punch, but I don't know who it is."
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that. And you recall that then Tyler De Silva got hit, correct?
Yeah.
Who hit Tyler De Silva?
Tyler Rich.
Tyler Rich hit Tyler De Silva
Yeah.
and Raul Valle?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did Tyler Rich hit both of them?
I don't recall.
You do recall, however, telling us that Tyler De Silva went to the ground near the tree, right?
Yeah.
And you told us that you participated in this, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't tell the officers that you participated in this when you spoke to them, did you?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall telling officers that you participated in kicking and stomping?
I don't recall.
Do you recall talking to the officers?
Yeah.
But you
A
don't
little.
recall telling them whether or not you were involved, right?
I don't recall, sir.
Because you didn't tell them that you were involved, right?
I don't recall.
And you told us that you were throwing some kicks, what you described as stomps, right?
Yes, sir.
You described those as being not too hard, right?
Nah.
Love taps.
Yeah, something like that.
And then today you said, well, maybe those were medium kicks, right?
Same wording, sir.
Not quite the same words. Not too hard, medium. Could they have been hard kicks?
No.
No. When you were throwing those kicks, were you telling anybody, hey, these are just soft kicks, don't worry about these kicks?
I don't recall.
Were you saying, hey, these are just medium stomps, don't worry about these stomps. I'm gonna stop in just a second.
I don't recall that.
No. You don't recall that because you didn't say that, right? You said,
Yeah.
let's go. And then as you described it, inward, right?
Yes, I did.
That was directed at the person that you were stomping, right?
I was just saying that. That's just the way I talk.
Just regularly as you're walking about, that's the kind of thing that you just say?
I mean,
Let's go inward. Just talking to the ether.
I mean, I can say the M-word whenever I want.
I imagine that you could.
Yeah.
Anybody could. I'm asking you in this particular situation, you were not directing that at the person that you were kicking?
Yeah, I was directing it towards him.
You were directing it towards him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why didn't you tell me that the first time when I asked?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean?
The first time I asked you if you were directing that at the person that you were kicking, you told me you didn't recall. Now you recall?
Sure. Yeah.
Fact of the matter is, Mr. Teal, you're telling us here today things that you didn't admit to when you had the opportunity to before, when you spoke with officers. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree on that.
You wouldn't agree. You've told all of this to the officers, that you were involved in the kicking and the stomping.
No, I didn't really tell him anything, bro.
You didn't tell that to officers, right?
No, sir.
Not when you talked to him on the 15th, correct?
No, sir.
Not when you talked to him on June 8th, correct?
Sure. Yeah, I don't even.
And at some point you said you stopped kicking, right?
Yeah.
And you decided at that time that it was time to start breaking up the fight, right?
Yeah.
And you thought that perhaps you had gotten cut when you were trying to take someone off the top of Tommy Connery, right?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall telling that to the officers, that you were trying to take someone off the top of Tommy Connery and that might be when you got cut?
I don't recall saying that.
Do you recall taking Tommy Connery off the top?
I don't recall.
You don't recall having any interactions with Tommy Connery?
I don't recall. Besides, when I saw him after, that's why I can tell you I remember.
You don't recall being stabbed, correct?
No, like in that moment of time, no.
Because you had so much adrenaline going at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
A lot of adrenaline going when you were throwing those kicks, right?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When you were throwing those kicks and you were saying the things that you were saying, were you trying to scare the person that was on the ground?
I wouldn't say scared. It was, it was a fight.
It was a fight?
Yes, sir.
How many of you were fighting the person that was on the ground?
3 to 4.
That's it?
That's it.
And what were the other 17 or 18 people doing?
Observing.
You recall seeing Jimmy McGrath there that evening at the party, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't recall where he was during the course of the fight in the front yard, do you?
No, I do not recall.
He wasn't one of the people you believe that was there with you, the 3 or 4 people kicking and fighting that person on the
I
ground?
do not recall.
The person that was on the ground, was that Tyler De Silva
Yes.
that you were fighting?
Yes.
You don't recall who the other people were there that were with you while you were stomping him?
No, I don't recall.
these folks that were at this party with you that night at 43 Laurel Glen Drive, these were all good friends of yours, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
And you would do anything to protect these friends of yours, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And you wouldn't want to see anything damage their reputations or their memories. Is that fair to say?
Objection, relevance.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
You can answer, sir.
Restate the question for me.
You wouldn't want to see anything done to damage their reputations or their memories, correct?
Yeah, nah.
And so today you've come in here and you've testified to us. And you would agree that you can't recall a large amount of what happened that evening, correct?
To a certain extent, yeah.
And that extent to which you can't recall involves what your friends were doing that night, right?
No. This is really the who.
I'm sorry?
This is really the who, like, where was they standing and stuff like that.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay. Any redirect?
Faizan,
Yeah.
counsel just asked you whether or not you can recall the things that your friends were doing around you that night. You said you can't recall, right?
Oh,
Can you recall what you were doing that night?
yeah.
And is that what you told us in
Yeah.
your testimony today?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything on that limited draft?
Nothing further.
All right, very good. All right, Mr. Teal, you relieved. All right. Please watch your step as you exit the witness box. And I think this is a good point to go ahead and take our 15-minute recess. So we're going to take an earlier 15-minute recess today and then come back with the next witness. So court is going to stand in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
All rise, motion recess.
clerk will bring in the jury. All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
Your Honor, they will stipulate.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. All right, I'll ask the prosecution to please call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Physician's Assistant Eric Black to the stand, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Please enter the witness stand, remain standing. Please remain standing. Thank you. That's okay. Madam Clerk's going to put you to oath, okay?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record.
Eric Black, B-L-A-C-K,
Please state your business address.
130 Division Street, Derby, Connecticut, 06418.
Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, PA Black. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. As you can see, it's a little bit difficult to hear in this courtroom, so the more you can speak up, sit a little bit closer to the microphone would be better.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So, PA Black, where are you currently employed?
At Griffin Hospital Emergency Department.
Okay, and what is your position there?
I'm a physician assistant.
And how should I refer to you as?
You can call me PA Black or Eric is fine.
Okay. And where is Griffin Hospital located?
It's in Derby, Connecticut.
And for how long have you worked at Griffin Hospital?
8 years.
Which department do you work at Griffin Hospital?
The emergency department.
And please tell members of the jury your educational background, including any degrees you might hold.
I have a bachelor's degree in public health from Temple University and a master's in health science from Quinnipiac University.
And your work experience, please tell members of the jury about that.
I've worked at Griffin Hospital for 8 years in emergency medicine. Prior to that, I worked in urgent care for 2 years. I also work at St. Vincent's in the emergency department. Been there for about 3 years per diem.
And have you testified in court before today?
No.
Back in May of 2022, did you work at the emergency department at Griffin Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And on any given day and night, how many patients would you see?
My average is probably about 19.
19? And what are your duties working at Griffin Hospital?
I see patients, I diagnose, treat a variety of illnesses that are acute, chronic, emergent, urgent. I do simple procedures like lacerations and I splint fractures, things like that.
If you could explain to the members of the jury how you work hand in hand with the doctors and nurses at Griffin Hospital.
So I technically work under the supervision of a doctor, but basically that just means the doctor has to be available for consultation. That could be by phone. Some patients I may present to the doctor, some I may not. The nurses we work as a team. I put in orders and they carry out the orders.
Directing your attention to May 15th, the early morning hours of May 15th of 2022, do you recall working at Griffin Hospital on that day or morning?
I do.
And did there come in time when you treated a patient by the name of Faison Teal?
Yes.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor?
Yes, you may. Yes.
PA Black, showing you what's been marked as State 72 for ID purposes only. I'm going to show you this document. Please take a look at it. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that document as?
It is the electronic medical record. for Faison Teal.
And prior to testifying today, did you have an opportunity to review that documentation you're looking at?
I did.
And were those records made in the regular course of business of Griffin Hospital?
Yes.
And is it the regular course of business for medical personnel at Griffin Hospital to prepare such a document at or near the time a patient is treated?
Yes.
And are medical personnel under an obligation to record accurate notes?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review State 72 for ID purposes only before testifying here today?
Yes.
And are these the same records that you reviewed in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
I'd like to mark it as a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence as a full exhibit, State 72. Thank you.
PA Black, handing you now back what's been marked as a full exhibit, State 72. You can now refer to this documentation as I ask you some questions.
Okay.
PA Black, just please identify when Faison Teal arrived at Griffin Hospital when you treated him that morning on May 15th of 2022.
I believe it was approximately, this says 1:18 a.m. he was registered, so that's usually about the time that they check in
Okay, and to your knowledge, you're referring to State 72. How was he brought into Griffin Hospital?
by ambulance.
And when he arrived at Griffin Hospital, to your knowledge, where did he go?
I believe he was brought directly to an exam room.
And when a patient is brought in, just in general, from an ambulance, it does an alert go into effect? How are you made aware that a patient is being brought in by ambulance?
So generally, the EMTs will radio ahead what they're bringing in, and depending on the severity of the situation, we may prepare a room, we may prepare supplies, whatever the situation is. Then they'll usually be seen by a nurse and a multi-skilled tech first. They'll take vital signs, they'll put their information in the computer, everything like that. And then either myself or one of the physicians will see them after that.
Please explain to the members of the jury how you personally got involved in this case in treating Faison Teal.
So I was working that night, and I was aware that there was a laceration coming in, and generally it's my duty to take care of all the lacerations and simple procedures. So I knew that they were coming in, and then once his name showed up on the board, I was aware what room he was in, so I went and saw him in the room.
Upon examining Faison, were you able to observe any wounds on his body?
Yes, he had a laceration to the left upper arm.
And when you use the word or term laceration, what does that mean?
It's a cut into the skin, usually linear in nature. Usually when I say laceration, it goes beyond the skin into the fatty tissue.
And you observed one laceration on his body?
Yes.
And again, where did you specifically see this laceration?
The left upper arm, I would call it the distal or the end of the left upper arm, like right about here.
Thank you for demonstrating. Please let the record reflect that the witness is identifying on his own body, pointing to his upper arm where he observed the wound on Faison Teal.
Thank you. Record shall reflect.
And prior to that morning, had you had occasion to treat individuals who had had a similar laceration to Faison Teal?
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, would you label this laceration as a stab wound?
It was definitely a puncture type wound.
Were you able to tell based on what you observed what had punctured the skin?
It was definitely something sharp, relatively small. Yeah, that's all I could really tell.
Did you base that on your own personal observations as well as self-reporting by the patient, or both?
A combination of both what the patient told me and what I was seeing.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 1 of State's Exhibit number 72. Is this where your notes begin?
Yes.
And if I just may have one moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Is that your electronic signature that appears there as well as notes regarding the date and time of when the patient was seen?
Yes.
And in looking at State 72 on page 1, what does it reference where it says HPI wound laceration? What does that acronym HPI refer to?
History of present illness.
And can you please read what it says under chief complaint and stated complaint?
Chief complaint is wound/laceration. Stated complaint is stab wound near left elbow.
What's the difference between the two?
So the stated complaint is exactly word for word what the patient says, and then our chief complaint is kind of like a general term for what's going on. It's a wound or laceration.
Still looking at States 72 under where it says history of present illness and HPI narrative. it indicates here that the patient indicated he was cut with either a knife or a bottle. That was self-reporting?
Yes.
And where it says he has a 2-centimeter laceration to the medial aspect of the left distal upper arm, can you explain to members of the jury what that means again?
So it's the upper arm is considered above the elbow, and then this is the left distal is the end of the upper arm. The medial aspect is on the inside, so like right about here.
Thank you. Still on page 1 of that same exhibit, what does it say under review of symptoms?
All systems reviewed and unremarkable, except as noted in HPI and below.
That term unremarkable, what does that mean?
Basically negative. So review of systems is like any other complaints, any other body system injuries. So what I'm saying here is that there's no other injuries or other symptoms other than what I noted in the HPI.
Directing your attention to page 4 into page 5 of State 72, can you please read what it says underneath MDM wound laceration to yourself? What does MDM refer to?
It's medical decision making.
Okay. And where it indicates in that paragraph where it says lacerations of the left upper arm, lacerations approximately 2 centimeters linear into the subcutaneous tissue, what does that mean?
It's a linear cut into the fatty tissue.
So when you observed Faison Teal's laceration, did you see anything coming out of that laceration? And if you did, please explain, describe what it was.
Yeah, there was fat tissue coming out.
Is that what is withdrawn? When skin is cut, is that the first layer of skin that comes out, or is it?
If you go below all the skin, you'll see fat. There's several layers of skin, and then the fat is underneath that. And usually that fat is under some degree of tension and held by the skin. So when the skin is cut, it kind of comes out of the wound.
Can you estimate how far into the skin something would have to cut in order for that fatty tissue to be exposed?
Everybody's a little bit different, but I would say probably maybe half a centimeter.
And where it indicates in State 72, underneath that MDM wound laceration paragraph, it indicates no evidence of any tendon injury, no signs of any vascular injury or muscular injury. What does that indicate?
So the wound was just into the fat, that there was no tendons cut, no muscle injury, no nerve injury. So he's able to move his arm, feel everything on his arm. There was no pulsatile bleeding. It seemed to just be a soft tissue injury.
Based on your experience, would it be possible for a patient who suffered an injury such as this to still experience some numbness or tingling after the injury, meaning
Sure.
even months after the injury?
Sure.
And why would that be?
Could be from superficial nerve damage, from swelling, just from a nerve injury that's not detected at the time.
Now, directing your attention to page 5 of State 72, to the start of the second paragraph, please explain what was done, or please read what was done to help mend the wound, the laceration.
Okay, so the wound was cleaned with sterile water and betadine. 2% lidocaine was used for local pain control. 5-3-0 nylon simple erupted sutures were used to approximate the wound. Patient tolerated it well. A sterile dressing was applied, and bacitracin was applied.
Did you personally suture Faison Teal's laceration?
Yes.
And betadine, what is that?
It's like a iodine-based antiseptic.
And the 5-3-0 nylon simple erupted sutures, what are those?
So 5 is the number of stitches. 3-0 is the diameter of the stitch. Nylon is the material the stitch is made of, and simple interrupted is the type of stitch.
Are those dissolvable stitches, or would the patient have to come back to get those removed?
They were not dissolvable. They'd have to be removed.
Now, you had indicated earlier that you saw some fat coming out of the laceration, the wound. Explain, did you have to, for all intents and purposes, lack of a better term, shove the fat back into the skin to suture it?
Yeah, usually as I partially close the wound, I start kind of tucking the fat back in. Sometimes if there is a lot, I may remove some of the fat to make it easier. Yeah, that's usually what we do, is push it back in.
And was Faison given any kind of local anesthetic or something to numb the pain while you were doing this?
Yes, that was the 2% lidocaine.
I'm going to direct your attention, still on page 5, where it says procedures. Laceration 1, site upper extremity. If you go down to pre-repair, it indicates wound explored, irrigated extensively, and deep sutures intact. When you say wound explored, irrigated intensively, what does that mean?
So that means I looked into the wound, I flushed it out with copious amounts of sterile water, and I felt that it did not go beyond the subcutaneous tissue, and all the deeper structures like arteries, muscle, tendons, veins were intact.
PA Black, I'm going to show you what's been marked in State Exhibit 70. You have a screen in front of you over there. Can you see State 70 clearly on there?
Yes.
Okay. Does this indicate, is this a good picture or indicate what you did to suture Faison's arm?
Yes, this would be days or even a week later, I would estimate.
Okay. And these black marks on State 70, those black lines, are those the sutures that you used?
Yes.
And this reddish mark around the sutures, what is that?
So that's bruising, probably from bleeding under the skin and in the deeper tissue.
And again, showing you State 71. This is another photograph of the wounds. You see there that there is a measuring guide. Did that indicate how large the laceration was when you saw Faison on May 15th, the morning of May 15th of 22?
Yes.
And I don't know if you can see it. Now, PA Black, directing you back to States 5 under patient reevaluated, which I believe is after where you indicate what you did with the patient. It says patient was reevaluated. What was the purpose of that?
Just to make sure there was no additional injury that I may have missed, that there was no arterial injury, that he was still doing well, and to give him discharge instructions.
Okay, and it indicates that wound care procedures were discussed with him. He was he's given instructions, advised to see his doctor, and told to come back in 3 or 4 days for a wound check. And did that indeed happen? Do you know?
I don't know if that happened.
Is that 3 or 4 day check back? Would that be when the sutures would be removed, or would that be at a later time?
No, that would be at a later time. Sometimes I tell patients to come back in 3 or 4 days just to make sure it's not getting infected if I'm more concerned or if it was a deeper wound.
Under, again, State 72, referring to page 5, where it says differential diagnosis, it indicates likely laceration, abrasion, and avulsion of skin. What does avulsion of skin refer to?
That's skin that's cut away from the body or removed from the body.
Still referring to State 72, directing your attention to PCS discharge summary, page 1 through 5. If you continue, it's towards the back.
Yeah, I think I see it.
You see it? Referring to page 1, where it says PCS discharge summary, with reference where it says ED triage plan, triage pain rather. What does that mean and what does it say?
So the triage pain is usually 1 to 10 on how severe the patient's pain is. I might be on the wrong page. Is that that's in the discharge instructions, or is it?
So I could just refer you to it. So it indicates ED triage pain, pain present, pain reported, pain reporting scale 0 to 10, and indicates a 5. Was that a self-reporting from the patient?
Yes.
And that would be a medium pain level from the patient that
Yes.
reported that?
Yes.
Now, PA Black, regarding whether or not Faison Teal's blood was tested for anything at all, do you recall if his blood was tested for any kind of alcohol?
It was not.
Okay, and why was that decision made, or why was that not done?
I felt that he appeared clinically sober, and to me that means he's able to walk, able to speak, acting normally.
So is it fair to say it's not standard at Griffin Hospital to take somebody's blood when they're admitted into the hospital?
It depends. For something like this, a laceration to the extremity without any other major injury, I didn't feel that it changed my management.
And to your knowledge, how long did Faison Teal remain in the hospital? Do you know when he was discharged?
I believe it was around 2:20 or so is what it said on here.
That same morning?
Yes.
I just made one moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
Does 2:35 sound about right?
Yeah, I think that's the latest time I see on here. Yes.
Now, before he was discharged, did you indicate to him that if he experiences anything at all, to come back to the hospital? What would you have
Yeah.
told him?
If there was excessive pain, swelling, redness, numbness, tingling, if he couldn't move the arm, something like that.
As far as any kind of signs of infection, what would be indicative of signs of infection?
Spreading redness, excessive pain, discharge of pus, fever, stuff like that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Attorney Smith?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, PA Black, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. We've never met before, correct?
That is true.
And you're here today to tell us essentially about the treatment that you provided to Faison Teal, correct?
Yes.
And that treatment involved Mr. Teal arriving by ambulance around 1 o'clock, 1:15 in the morning, correct?
Yep.
You came in and saw him after he'd been brought in by the ambulance.
Mhm.
You had some information from that ambulance crew ahead of time to know a little bit about what you were going to be facing, right?
Yes.
And that information was that he had a 2 centimeter laceration to his upper left arm, right?
Yes.
And you confirmed that when you went in and actually met with him, correct?
Yes.
And that 2 centimeter wound, we saw a picture of what you did as far as sewing it up, correct? And there was the reddish mark you described as bruising. That
Yeah.
wasn't there that night at the time, was it?
No.
What you saw was a 2 centimeter cut to the skin, correct? You stitched that up. And then you told us that you hadn't tested his blood for alcohol that evening.
Right.
And that he discharged that same morning, a little bit over an hour after he came in to see you, correct?
Mhm.
To your knowledge, did he ever report back for any follow-up, or did he encounter any of the complications that you just described for us?
Not to my knowledge.
And it was your understanding from him, he told you he'd either been cut by a knife or a piece of glass, right? He didn't know,
Right.
but he indicated he'd been involved in a fight.
Yes.
And that was all he told you about that, correct?
That's right.
And you weren't there to investigate what had gone on? You didn't ask any further questions about that,
No.
correct? In fact, all you were there to do was to tend to his wound, right?
Yes.
And you would describe that as a superficial cut to the skin, correct?
Yeah.
Not life-threatening in any way.
No.
And if this jury wanted to know why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you couldn't tell us or help them out in any way with that, could you?
No.
Thank you, DA Black, I appreciate it.
All right.
Anything further?
One follow-up, Your Honor. PA Black, superficial, what does that term mean in medical world?
I mean, to me, it means it's not going beyond the fat tissue.
Thank you. I have no
You're
further questions.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
Thank you. All right, thank you. You're discharged.
Thank you.
Just please watch your step as you exit the witness box.
Yeah.
Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All
State
right,
will call Tommy Connery.
thank you. Good morning. Come on up into the witness stand. Please watch your step as you enter the stand. Please remain standing. Madam Clerk to my right is going to put you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? Thank you. state your full name, spelling your last name.
Thomas Connery, Connery.
Please state your address.
39 Southern Lane, Shelton.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, Tommy.
Good morning.
If you don't mind, just sit close to that microphone, keep your voice up. The acoustics in here are pretty bad, so ladies and gentlemen need to hear you, okay?
Okay.
Tommy, how old are you?
Me, I'm 21.
And do you go to school?
Yes, I do.
Where do you go to school?
Central Connecticut.
And what are you studying?
I'm studying finance.
And are you working this summer?
Yes, I am.
What are you doing?
I'm self-employed. I work for myself. I do marketing.
Marketing.
Yeah.
Prior to your testimony today, have you and I met?
Yes, we have.
Why have we met?
To discuss the case and what I saw.
So I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 18 years old.
And were you in school?
No, I was not in school then.
Where were you? So did you had just graduated high school?
Yes, I graduated in 2021.
Okay. And where did you go to high school?
Shelton High School.
And at some point in time on May 14th of 2022, were you hanging out over at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, I was.
And around what time did you get there?
It was around, like, I'd say 7 to 8 p.m. in that area.
And I'm just going to show you States 5. Do you know whose house that is?
Yes, that is Tyler Rich's house.
That's the house you went to on May 14th of 22?
Yes, it was.
And why'd you go there?
He told me to come over. We were going to hang out, just a little bit of us, some of my friends and some of the friends in his grade.
And when you said you wanted to hang out, what does that mean, hang out? What did you guys do there?
Well, we usually hang out in his basement, just a couple of us, and we would, just do normal stuff that, high school guys and graduate guys would do.
And how did you get to
I drove myself that night.
you did, okay. Showing you States 49. Do you remember where you parked?
Yes, by the far right red maple bush by the road.
So if I'm pointing at the States 49, you're talking about this red bush here?
Yes, that one.
Okay, so would you have parked on the side of the road?
Yes, that right there.
Would you be facing the driveway or facing away from the driveway?
Facing towards the driveway.
And when you got there, did you go in the house?
Yes, I did.
How'd you go in the house?
Every time I go there, I go in the same way. I went on to the left side where the side door is, to the left of the garage.
And when you went into the house from the left side of the house, where did you make your way to when you got in the house?
I started off in the kitchen, greeted Tyler, and then we proceeded to go into the basement and hang out with the other kids that were there.
And when you got there, how many kids would you say were there at the time?
It was still relatively early, so I'd say about 10-ish, a little less.
And what kind of things were you guys doing in the basement?
Hanging out. We were just having a couple drinks.
Okay, when you say couple drinks, what do you mean by a couple drinks?
I had a few beers that night.
You had a few beers that night?
Yes, I did.
All right, and was anybody else drinking?
Yes, they were.
Were you provided alcohol, or was it like a bring your own?
I don't recall if I was or not, but
But you had 2 beers?
yeah, I would say so.
And at some point in time, did anybody else show up to the party?
Yes, later in the night, the younger kids showed up, which was Ryan Hines and Griffin.
Okay. All right, prior to that, let me show you this exhibit here. States 54. Do you know who that is?
Yes,
Who's that?
Faison Teal.
And was he at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
Showing you States 56. You know who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
Ryan Hines.
Was he there that night?
Yes, he was.
Show you States 57. You know who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's Jimmy McGrath.
Was he at the party?
Yes, he was.
How do you know Jimmy McGrath?
He was friends with my younger brother. They would hang out all the time. They hung out a lot when they were younger in middle school, and then as high school went along, they would hang out here and there.
And who's your younger brother?
Charlie Connery.
Was he at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
Tommy, do you know Ricky Fiola?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
I'm really good friends with him and his father and his mother. We grew up together once him and my brother met in middle school, maybe a little younger, 5th and 6th grade, and we became family friends through that.
And do you know if Ricky Fiola was at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
And how about Sal Perry?
Yes, he was there too.
You know him?
Yes, I do.
How do you know
Me and him, we grew up together playing baseball, Shelton American Little League.
How about Mike Sampieri?
Yes, I know him.
How do you know him?
He lives down the road from me my whole life.
Were they at the party, the two
Yes,
of
he
them?
was.
Alex Bernstein, you know Alex Bernstein?
No, I do not know Alex Bernstein.
How about Jake Villalobos?
Yes, I know Jake Villalobos.
How do you know Jake?
We played football together when we were very young, and then I knew him from school from then on.
Was he at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
And how about Matt Lakovich?
Yes, he was
How
there.
do you know Matt?
I know him from baseball too. We started playing when we were young together.
Okay. Do you know if Matt was at the party?
Yes, he was.
Now, you say that Griffin and, how do you know Griffin?
He's really good friends with my brother too.
Okay. So Griffin and Ryan showed up at the party at some point?
Yes, they
Do
did.
you recall what time it was?
It was later. I would say 9:30, 10ish time.
And what was the lighting out like that night? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was nighttime, so it was a little bit darker, but it wasn't too dark. The moon was light, and his driveway has they had lights there too.
So when Ryan and Griffin showed up to the party, were you made aware of an incident that occurred at Lazy Brook Road?
Yes, I heard people saying that they were jumped at a St. Joe's party down the road in Lazy Brook
Were you made aware that this happened prior to Ryan and Griffin getting to the party or after they arrived at the
after they arrived.
Were you aware about a group messaging or group chat that was
No,
going
I
on?
was not aware of that in the moment. No,
Are you aware of it now?
I am aware of it now.
After the fact?
Yes.
But at the time, when Griffin and Ryan got to the party, was there any talk about a group messaging that was going on?
Nothing that I heard of, but I assume there was.
Now, at some point in time in the night, did individuals who were not invited to Tyler Rich's house show up?
Yes.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you remember about that?
So people showed up in a Honda Pilot. They showed up and they were parked in the far side of the road across from the driveway, and they were facing down towards Farmhouse Lane.
So I'm going to show you States 30. Is this the car you saw that night?
Yes, that is.
And with regards to States 49, you said they parked in the road?
Yes, across from the driveway, but more towards the Adams Drive side.
So can you describe on States 49 where you actually saw them park?
So if you're looking, do you see the sewer grate on that side? The opposite of that. So.
Here, so it would be over here?
Nope. Yep. Right over there. Yep.
So they parked somewhere over here,
Correct.
facing,
Down the road. That way. Yep.
and when you heard that the car arrived, did you leave Tyler Rich's house?
Yeah. I walked out of the basement. I walked out through the Bilco doors because I heard there was people there that weren't invited, and everyone went outside. So I followed the crowd out there.
And when you went out the Bilco doors, where are the Bilco doors located?
On the far side of the house, you cannot see them in that image.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 5. Can you see in States Exhibit 5 where the Bilco doors would have been located?
Yeah. So if you see the AC unit to the right, they're behind that.
So right here,
Yes.
in this area behind the SHU unit?
Yep.
So if the record can reflect, he's pointing to the clearing in the area to the right side of the house in front of the blue truck where you can see an AC unit, and it would be behind the AC unit, I think is what he indicated.
Yes.
All right, record will reflect that. Thank you.
So when you came out of the Bilco doors on the right side of the house, what path of travel did you go when you left the house in States 49? I'm gonna put that back up there.
So I walked along the house line, so in that grassy area between the white and the blue truck.
Okay. And then you walked down the driveway?
Yeah, but not too far. I'd say I was sitting in the middle of it, standing.
Okay, and so you didn't walk all the way down the driveway?
No,
Why didn't you walk all the way down the driveway?
because I already saw there's some people in the road, and I didn't want to go and get involved.
How many people would you say were outside at that moment?
It was about outside or by the car.
Well, how about by the car?
Probably about 10ish people,
And how many people were outside in total, do you think?
probably 20ish.
So there were around 10 people near the car and another 10 people maybe
Yeah,
back
more
where you
people in
were?
the driveway.
And did you, can you describe what the interaction was with regards to the people who were near the car?
So I just heard bickering back and forth. People were yelling, and it was loud. I did not hear exactly what it was, but that's all I was able to pick up from it, just arguing.
And did you observe anything about, well, withdrawn, do you know who went and approached the car when you were outside?
No, I do not recall exactly who.
Okay. But they were your friends.
Yes, they were my friends.
And do you recall if, when they had this bickering back and forth with the individuals in the car, do you recall what, if anything, they were doing? Did they do anything to the car?
Nothing that I saw, no.
Nothing that you saw? Do you recall if anything was being done from the car towards
No,
your
I do
friends?
not recall of anything.
At some point in time, well, withdrawn, how long did the back and forth bickering last for?
Probably a good 5 minutes.
And at some point, did the car leave?
Yes, the car sped away very fast.
Can you describe what happened as the car sped away?
So the car drove down the road towards that way, and it sped off like full speed, full throttle.
And if I'm pointing to States 1 that's behind you, I think you have a pointer near you. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where it sped off to?
So it was here, right here,
Yep.
and it sped off this way.
Okay. So if the record can reflect, he was motioning down Laurel Glen Drive towards Farmhouse Lane.
Record shall so reflect.
Okay, and at some point in time, where were you when you saw the car drive away?
When the car was driving away, I was still in the driveway in this area.
Okay, and when the car drove down the street, did you move at that point to see where the car had gone?
No, I went back into the house at this point.
And when you went back into the house, how'd you go back into the house?
through the Bilco doors the way I came in.
Okay, and when the car sped off down the street and you went back into the house, what did you do when you went back inside the house?
I was just talking to my friends, like, what was going on out there? Like, it's over now. Let's go back inside and hang out.
So did you hang out inside for a little bit?
Yeah, I would say 2 minutes.
And were you guys drinking still?
No, there was no drink at this point. It was so brief between the incident that went outside.
Prior to you going back inside the house, do you recall seeing the car drive back towards the house at any point?
No.
Okay. At some point in time, you say you're hanging out inside the house. Do you exit the house again?
Yes, I do.
And why do you do that?
They said they were down the road just sitting waiting, and that people didn't leave yet, and they were still on the road. So I went outside to see what was going on, and I walked out through the Bilco doors.
And when you went out through when you went out through the Bilco doors, what path of travel did you go? If you can show me in States 49, or yeah, you can use that too.
Yeah, so I went out this way. I went along the tree line here, and then I was right here.
Okay, so if we're looking at States 49, then you walked along the tree line here, and you were kind of on the side of the road near this red bush where your car was parked?
Correct.
Okay, and you looked down the street,
Yeah, I looked down the street, yes.
and what, if anything, did you observe down the street?
I just saw a bunch of people in the road, and it immediately just made me think, what is going on? And I just didn't want to entertain it, so I went back inside again.
Prior to the car going down the street, did you recognize anybody in the car from your vantage point in the driveway?
Yes, when I was in the driveway, I saw the kid Jack Snyder was driving it, and Lito Valle was in the back seat behind the driver's seat.
And when you say Lido Valley, does he have another name?
Yes, his real name's Raul Valle.
And is Raul Valle present in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a black suit with a black tie.
Can you point him out for the?
Yes, that's him right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Record can reflect the witness identified, Mr. Valle. Thank you.
And so when you noticed, are those the only people you noticed in the car?
Yes, those were the only people I was able to notice.
Do you know whether or not there were other people in the car?
Yes, there was other people in the car.
But you couldn't see who
I
they
could
were?
not see who, no.
So now the car's down the street, you're watching down the street, and you're thinking to yourself, what's going on?
Yeah, I was like, what is this going on right now?
Could you tell who was outside the car down the street?
No.
Do you know whether or not anybody from your group of friends was down the street?
There were people, but I was not able to identify who.
Okay. And how long would you say you were watching what was going on down the street?
Maybe 30 seconds.
And after 30 seconds, what did you do?
I went back inside to the Bilco doors.
And when you went back inside, what were you doing inside at that point?
The same thing, just kind of talking to the people about what's going on and saying that they're still out there. People are just in the road.
Okay. And how long would you say you were inside at that point?
Probably another 2 to 5 minutes.
And at some point in time, did you exit the house for any reason?
Yes, I later exited through the Bilco doors.
And why did you do that?
I heard they came back and they were back in front of the house parked.
And when you left the house, did you go outside the Bilco doors again?
Yes, I did.
And when you left the Bilco doors, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what path of travel you walked outside the house.
So I walked out through the Bilco doors here and went right to under this tree area.
Okay, so if we're looking at States 49 again, you were under this tree area here,
Correct?
right? And that would be in the area in front of the blue truck in States 49.
Yes.
At some point in time, did you make your way over anywhere else in States 40 today?
No, not until a fight broke out.
What did you observe when you walked out of the house on May 14th of 2022?
I noticed that there was a group of Shelton kids face to face with who was Raul Valle and Tyler Silva.
And do you recall what they were wearing that night?
Who, my friends or the other kids?
What was Tyler De Silva wearing?
He was wearing a blue, like a baby blue jersey.
And do you recall what the defendant was wearing?
Same color, but a t-shirt.
I'm going to show you States 6, just so we can understand what you're talking about here. Can you pinpoint where you were standing when you observed in State 6, when you observed the initial?
Yeah, so I was standing in front of the blue truck by that mulch pile.
Okay, so if I point right here,
Yes, sir, right there.
so if the record can reflect in front of the blue truck in State 6, there is a brown mulch pile just to the left of the red bush, but obviously it's behind the red bush.
Court will note it on the record. Thank you.
So in regards to State 6, can you tell us where the defendant and De Silva were standing?
Yeah, they were standing to the road side of the red bush facing Shelton kids.
Right around here?
Yes.
Okay, so the left, so below the red bush to the left, down in this area here.
Correct. Maybe a little more to the right for your finger.
Right
But
around
yeah.
here?
No, left more a little bit.
Left?
Yeah, right there.
Okay,
There.
so the record can reflect, I'm pointing to the left lower hand portion of the exhibit, which is in the grass area, which is down to just slightly below and to the left of the red bush.
All right, court will allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
And when you saw the defendant and Mr. De Silva in the yard, where were they standing? Were they close to each other?
Yes, they were close.
And who was on the right, who was on the left? Do you remember?
The driveway side was Tyler Silva, and the other side was Lido Valle.
And do you recall if any of your friends had approached them?
They approached my friends, and my friends were, yes, face to face with them.
And do you recall who out of your friends were face to face with them?
So from the driveway starting, then going to the left, from the driveway was Tyler Rich, then Tyler Wood, and then Ryan Hines at the time, who I believed was my brother.
And you thought Ty Woods was your brother at the
No,
time?
I thought Ryan Hines was my brother in that
Oh,
moment.
okay. And who was Ryan Hines and Ty Wood closer to?
They were closer to Lido.
Okay. And Ty Rich, who was he closer to?
Tyler De Silva, I'd say.
And when did you observe them interacting?
Yes, they were.
What was the interaction like?
It was just talking back and forth, arguing at first.
They were arguing?
It was, yeah, they were talking. They weren't being,
Was it peaceful?
I guess so, maybe. Not really. They were just arguing, so I wouldn't say peaceful, no.
Okay. And do you recall what they were arguing about?
No, I could not hear exactly what it was.
You just saw arguing.
Yes.
And when you were witnessing the arguing, can you explain how long the arguing took place for?
For the time that I was there, it was about 20 seconds, and then there was movements.
Okay, can you describe what happens when there's movement?
Yes, so it looked as Lido Valle was to go make a punch, and then someone from Shelton threw a punch and it hit him.
Do you recall who punched him?
No, I didn't, but it was someone on the right side.
But you say you recall watching the defendant make a move.
Yes, his body jolted like he was going to do something.
Can you show us physically what you saw? Like, can you? Stand
Yeah,
up?
he was like this, and then he just like went back.
He like cocked like he was
Yeah, it
gonna.
looked like that, yes.
Okay. With his right hand, he cocked with his right hand.
Yes.
Now, after you said someone from Shelton threw a punch.
Yes,
Do
as
you
that
know who
was
they
going on.
punched?
Do I know who he punched?
Yeah.
Yes, Lido.
Okay. And when that happened, can you describe what happened next?
Yeah, so right when that happened, I knew there was a fight breaking out. So I ran over from the mulch pile into that fight. And then as that happened, I went to the far left, which was Ryan Hines was standing, and I pushed him and Lido were going at it at that moment. I pushed him and Lido away from each other, but I ended up taking his place. So now it was Lido and me face to face with each other.
Why did you run over into the fight?
Well, one, because I immediately thought he was my brother, since he was standing next to Ty Wood, who's my brother's best friend. And I knew that there was a fight going on, and I didn't want to see people fighting.
So, what did you witness about the interaction between the defendant and who you now know as Ryan Hines prior to you going over?
They were just tussling, no, like, just pushing each other, and, like, on, like, hand movement, no, like, full punches.
Now, prior to you going over to push Ryan Hines out of the way, did you have a weapon on you when you went over
No,
there?
I did not.
Now, when you went over, you thought Ryan was your brother?
Yes.
When you said you took his place?
Yes.
What does that mean? Describe what
I
happened.
pushed him and Lito away from each other, and as that happened, I kind of mostly pushed Ryan, and I was now face to face with Lito, and he was to the side of me.
Okay, so when you say face to face, if the microphone is Lito, are you like this?
Yes.
Okay, so you push Ryan out of the way with, you get in between them, push
Yeah, I
Ryan
get in
out of the way?
between them. Yes.
Now, when you push Ryan out of the way, describe what happens next.
So me and him had made, now me and Raul had made eye contact, and he slipped back, so he was kind of down like waist level with me.
So he was like on a knee?
Yeah, something like that. Not a knee, but bent over.
Okay.
Like he was slipping, holding himself up. And he looked at me, and then he proceeded to, at the time I thought he was punching me in the leg, which he was stabbing me.
So wait, so I want you to, can
Do you want me to demonstrate?
Yeah, let's demonstrate. Can you maybe step down, Your Honor?
That's fine.
So if I'm you, and I'm standing like this?
Yes.
Okay.
He's like this. Like, not here like this.
1, okay, 2, 3, 4, okay. At the time when he was hitting you in your left leg,
Yes.
did you know you were being stabbed?
No, I did not, but I felt like being punched.
Okay. And did you have any other feelings when this was happening other than being
Yeah, I
punched?
was able to feel like almost like a sharp pop, but I didn't acknowledge it was a stab. I didn't know in the moment, but I did feel stronger than a fist.
Okay. And at that point in time, when that happened and you had withdrawn, did the defendant hit you more than 4 times at that point?
Not that I know, no.
And after he hit you 4 times, what happened next?
So as he was hitting me, I was pushing him away, trying to get him to stop hitting me.
How were you trying to push him away?
Do you want me to just demonstrate
Yeah.
it? So if you were on a knee, and I'm like this,
Yeah.
Heinz is here in this moment,
Yep.
and I was like this, get off, like that.
Okay. And did the defendant move away from you at that point?
After the times he was punching me, me and him for some reason just separated. The fight just stopped, and I just walked back, and he walked away towards the road.
Okay. And what did you do next? Well, withdrawn. Do you recall where the defendant went to after that?
No, but he went towards the curbside.
Okay. And after you and him separated, what do you recall about the things you went through after that?
So in
interaction?
that moment, I kind of just stood there and sat around I was in shock, my body. I didn't really have anything that I fully did after that I could, recall. I was just sitting there, my body was bleeding, and I was just looking around, like trying to soak in what's going on.
Did you realize you were bleeding? When did you realize you were bleeding?
When the car eventually drove away, I realized I was bleeding.
And when you realized you were, who did somebody bring it to your attention that you were bleeding? Or?
No, I brought it to my attention because I knew it was drizzling out, but I didn't think it was pouring. And I was like, why is my leg soaked? I feel like I'm covered in water. And then I took a flashlight out from my phone and I put it on my leg. And then I realized my leg from my quad all the way down to my ankle was covered in blood. There was no skin to see, and my shoes were covered in blood.
And when you realized that you were, stabbed at that point, what happened?
I immediately was like, I need stitches. And then I dropped to my right hip and laid there waiting for people to come over.
And who came over to help you when you dropped to your hip?
The first person there was my cousin, Will Berardi.
Your cousin Will Berardi?
Yes.
And did he render aid to you?
Immediately, no. I was like, call 911, call 911.
And did somebody call 911?
Yes, he called 911.
And when he was calling 911, did you notice anything else about your surroundings? at that
So
point?
when I was on my legs, I was on my right side, laying down like this, looking up towards Will, saying, call 911. And I looked over to my left, and I saw Jimmy McGrath standing there by himself by the basketball hoop.
And what did you notice about Jimmy McGrath?
He was standing there by himself, and I was like, Jimmy, are you okay? And there was no response, but he slowly pulled up his shirt to see that he had a blood coming out. And as I looked at that, I was like, are you okay? Are you okay? And there was no response, and he collapsed to the floor. Like, he didn't put himself down, he just fell.
And when he fell, what, if anything, happened next?
People started running over to him because I was like, Jimmy's not okay. And he sat there and bled out for a while.
Now, when you were fighting, when the defendant was hitting you in the leg, did you observe any type of weapon at that point?
I saw something black in his hand, but I didn't realize it was a knife or anything. I didn't think anything of it. But I saw a hole in his hand as like a black spot.
And did you notice any of your other friends that were injured that night? Did you notice, did you see any of them get stabbed?
No, I did not.
And when Jimmy fell to the ground, did you say anything to your friends with regards to helping Jimmy?
I was telling people to go help him, yes.
Okay. And did people in fact go help him?
Yes, they did.
And at some point in time, did 911, did somebody call, did first responders arrive at the scene?
Yes, first responders arrived sometime later.
And when they arrived at the scene, tell us what happened. What did you observe?
So the officer came up to me, and he was asking me if I needed some assistance. And he gave me a tourniquet, and he put a tourniquet on my leg, as I already had some homemade tourniquets on my leg.
You have a moment, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Not necessarily in order.
I'm gonna help you.
To show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 77 for identification. Do you recognize 77?
Yes, I do.
And what is State 77?
It is me on the ground with a tourniquet on my leg and another homemade tourniquet and stab wounds.
Is this a screenshot or a picture of what your leg looked like on the night in question?
Yes, it is.
I'll show you State 73. Recognize 73?
Yes, I do.
What is 73?
That is my leg sometime later, weeks later.
And is this a good representation of what your leg looked like weeks later after the incident?
Yes.
I'll show you State 74. Recognize 74?
Yes, I do.
What is State 74?
That is my leg in November, I believe, this recent November.
And does that accurately reflect what your leg looks like?
Yes.
After the post-injury in relation to this case?
Yes, it does.
State 75, do you recognize 75?
Yes, that is my leg the next morning.
The next morning after this incident?
Yes.
Okay, and does this picture accurately reflect what your leg looked like the next morning?
Yes, it does.
State 76, do you recognize 76?
Yes, I do.
And what is 76?
It is my leg a month later, still bleeding.
And does this accurately reflect what your leg looked like a month to the day after the incident on May
Yes.
14th? State 78, recognize 78?
Yes, I do.
And what is State 78?
That's my leg a couple days later, bruised and bleeding.
And does this accurately reflect what your leg looked like after the incident a few days later?
Yes.
State 79, you recognize State 79?
Yep.
And what is State 79?
That's my leg in November, this recent November.
This recent November? And
Yes.
does this accurately reflect what the left side of your leg looks like from this past November?
Yes, it does.
And finally, State's 80, do you recognize 80?
Yes.
And what is State's 80?
This is my leg recent November too.
And does this accurately reflect what the, the back portion of your left leg looked like
Yes.
this past November? Your Honor, I would offer these exhibits as full exhibits.
No objection.
All right, with no objection, court will go ahead and enter into evidence as full exhibit states 73 through 80. Thank you.
Now, prior to your testimony today, were you able to review a video in relation to this case?
Yes.
And that video, in reviewing that video, do you recall whether or not that video was shot at the beginning of the fight, or in the middle of the fight, or at the end of the fight?
It was middle towards end, was not the beginning.
And in your review of the video of the fight, do you know whether or not when this video starts, based on your review of it, can you determine if you were already stabbed at this point, or are you stabbed during the video or after the video
I believe I was stabbed before the video.
Before the video
Yes.
starts? Okay, can we just?
Yes, sir! Come on, let's go, Lynn!
So when that video starts, the fight had already been going on?
Yes.
How long did the fight go on for, do you think, in total?
In total,
Yeah.
45 seconds to a minute, if that.
So if that video was about 17 seconds, there was about maybe 30 seconds that happened prior to the video starting?
Maybe a little less, 20.
No, we just went over these pictures. I wanted to give a quick opportunity to mark them. I'm going to show you them now. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 77. You see 77, Tommy?
Yes, I do.
So was this picture taken the night that you got stabbed at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
And I see that there's these things on your legs here and here. Can you tell us what these are?
Yeah, so the black one is a tourniquet that was provided by the police officer.
It's right here?
Yes.
Okay.
And the one on the left, right there, that is my t-shirt.
So you took your t-shirt off,
Yes, when I went to the ground, I took my t-shirt off.
and when the cops got there, they put the top one on?
Yes.
I may have a moment, Your Honor. Tommy, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 24. That's been marked as a full exhibit. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is State's 24? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, that is my shirt, one shoe, and one sock.
Okay, you see how it looks like it appears to be ripped.
Yes.
Why is it ripped?
So at first, we only knew there was one stab wound. So what we did was my friend Brett Wadico ripped my shirt to put that one on, and then later to realize there was a lot more stab wounds, so we needed to cover them up and try to cover as many as we can.
So you took your shirt off, you wrapped part of it around you, and at some point was that left on the front lawn of 43 Little
Yes.
Glen? Okay. I just want to go through these pictures with you. This is State 73. What time of year was this taken?
This was weeks later. I would say this is probably the last week of May, 2 weeks after it.
You don't have any stitches in your leg. How come?
The doctor only gave me 2 stitches. He gave one on the really big one and then one on the top left one because they said my wounds were too deep and they were dirty, so they could not stitch them properly.
So they wanted, what was the purpose? Do you know the purpose of leaving them on
So I wouldn't get infected to stay clean.
State 75? When was this picture taken?
This was the next morning.
And looks like here, your left quad is affected.
Yeah, it's bulged up and swollen and bleeding.
State 78. When was this picture taken?
That's a couple days later. That's bruising and still bleeding.
State's 76.
That's
Actually has the date on it.
yeah, so that's in 1 month later and I was still bleeding in that top one.
State 79. This was taken this past November.
Yeah, so that's the entrance wound where the scar is, and then above it is the deformed quad from the actual wound right there.
So do you have an issue with your left quad as a result of this?
Yeah, it's deformed. There's no lower left part of the quad.
So if you look at yourself in the mirror, and you look at your legs,
They're very imbalanced, yes.
they're very imbalanced?
Yes, the right one is bigger than the left one.
Do you work out?
Yes,
How often do you work out?
5-6 days a week.
Have you hit legs hard?
Been trying.
Yeah? And has it made a difference as a result of this?
Nope.
States 80. It's the rear portion of your leg. Again, scarring as a result of this incident.
Yep. And then you can see the
This was
indent
this past
too.
November.
Yep, and you could also see the indent in the leg.
And this is state 74. This is the most recent
Yeah.
picture of your scarring. Now, with regards to your friends that were at the Rich's house that night, when you were outside and the fight broke out, how many people would you say were outside at that moment?
10 to 15.
And how many people were actually involved in the fight?
From what I saw, it only looked like 3.
Fair to say that everybody else not involved?
Yeah, in the
What were they
beginning.
doing? Do you know what they were doing just prior to the fight?
No, I did not.
Do you know what they were doing during the fight?
No, not during the fight, but I just seen the video. I seen more.
And it appears, what does it appear most people are doing?
Most people are sitting watching.
And with regards to the lighting that night, when the fight, just before the fight started and during the fight, were you able to see in front of you?
Yeah, I was able to see in front of me.
Could recognize people you knew?
Yeah, I was able to recognize faces.
Did anybody have any lighting or cameras or anything else out?
Yeah, there was flashlights on.
Do you recall if anybody, we know now that there was a video of the fight, do you recall in the moment though, was anybody videoing it?
No, I did not
To
know
your
it was
knowledge?
being videoed.
Mr. You stayed 61. This is a still shot from the video you just watched. Have you seen this before?
Yes, I have.
And this individual right here with the white shirt and pink shorts with the phone in their hand, do you know who this is?
Yeah, that looks like Ricky Fiola.
States, State 63. Have you seen this still shot but in the video?
Yeah.
This individual here with the green sweatshirt,
Yeah, that's Ryan Hines.
Ryan Hines. Who is
Yep.
this person here with to the right of Ryan Hines with the white shirt and black shorts?
Sal Perry.
This guy here with the jeans on and no shirt on, do you know who that is?
That's Alex Bernstein.
This guy right here with the black shirt, red hat, and jeans, do you know who that is?
Yeah, it's Michael Samperry.
Do you know who this is on their knees with their shirt pulled up?
Yeah, that's Tyler De Silva.
Do you know Tyler De Silva?
No, I do not.
Did you know him before that night?
I knew of him from his cousins. I knew his cousins.
Okay. And where did you know his cousins from?
I grew up playing baseball with them.
I'll show you State 64. Do you know who this individual is right here on the right with the white shirt, black shorts?
Yeah,
Who's that?
that's my brother.
And again, 65. Is that your brother?
Yes.
66. Do you know who this individual is? Looks like just to the right of Ryan Hines with the white shirt, tan shorts.
Yeah, that Jacob Villalobos.
And this guy right here with no shirt on with what appears to be camouflage shorts and white shirt hanging out the back.
Yeah, that's Matthew Lokovich.
And this guy right here with the blue shirt, white pants. Do you know what that is?
Yes,
Who's that?
Jimmy McGrath.
This is State 67. Again, this person who appears to be shoving somebody, you know who that is?
Yeah, that's Jacob Villalobos.
State 68. This guy right here with the jeans on and the shirt pulled up. going towards the street? Do you know who that is?
Yeah, that's Tyler DeSilva.
How about this individual here to his left?
That's Raul Valle.
That's the defendant?
Yes, it is.
And 69, the individual in the street, you know who that is?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's Tyler DeSilva.
And the individual standing right here to the left in the dark shirt and white pants, do you know who that is?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's James McGrath.
Now, as a result of your wounds from May 14th of 2022, can you tell us about what other treatment you had to go through? Tell us about your recovery.
So the first night in the hospital, I was there for some time, and I wanted to stay the night because they weren't giving me stitches, so I thought I was going to bleed out. I didn't know. I'm not a doctor, so I didn't know how much blood is too much blood. So I was very scared, and I wanted to stay in the hospital. But they told me I was going to be good to go home. So they gave me the 2 stitches after asking, and they sent me home. And then exactly 1 week later after the incident, I stood up and I passed out and had to go back to the hospital.
And what happened when you went back to the hospital?
They had to, retreat me, just clean me up, and they told me that I was really deficient in iron in my blood, so that's why I was passing out. So I had to go back and get that.
And do you know why you were deficient in iron?
No, but I'm assuming it's from lack of blood, lost blood.
And what was your recovery time like as far as were you able to walk right away?
I was in a wheelchair for some time, I think 7 to 10-ish days, and then I was crutching around after, and I was crutching for a while. I couldn't walk for over a month, maybe like about a month.
And were you bedridden at all?
Oh, I was bedridden for 3 weeks, no movement. I couldn't bend my leg. It was stiff, and when all the bruising was happening, I couldn't do anything.
And you were in fact still bleeding a month later?
Oh, yeah.
Show you State's Exhibit 55. Do you know who that individual is?
Yes, that's me.
And do you recall about when this picture was taken?
A couple days later, maybe the next day.
Now, have you had any other effects as a result of this besides the physical effects?
Mentally, I mean, it was really hard to get through for the first month. My parents would try to help me, and I was telling them to get off of me. I wanted to try to do things on my own, but I couldn't. So I was frustrated with everybody around me, and then frustrated when I was trying to start to learn to walk again. And mentally, I mean, it hurts, but that's really it.
And on May 14th of 2022, did you give any type of statement to the police that night, or did you do it the next day?
I did the next day.
And was that the only statement you gave in regards to this case?
No.
You gave multiple statements?
Yeah, I gave 2.
And what you told police, is that any different today than what you told police back then?
I mistake my brother with Ryan Hines.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Attorney Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Connery.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Sorry it is under these circumstances. I want to go over your testimony and just review a few things. But let's start kind of close to where we left off with some of these photographs, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 63. You see that on your screen there?
Yes, I do.
And you identified this person as being Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes.
And he's wearing black shorts with a white stripe, you would agree?
Yeah.
And a green hooded sweatshirt?
Yes.
this person next to him, you identified that person as being Sal Perry?
Yes.
And the person on the ground, you identified that as being Tyler De Silva, correct?
Correct.
You told us before that Mr. Hines was fighting with Mr. Valle, correct?
Yes, I did.
And in this photo, you'd agree that Mr. Hines is actually over near Mr. De Silva, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you can't see Mr. Valle in that picture, can you?
No.
Do you see your brother anywhere in that picture?
No, not in that one, no.
You see Alex Bernstein here?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 64. You still see Alex Bernstein there?
Yep.
Correct. You see Ryan Hines here, correct?
Correct.
And you see your brother here, correct?
Correct.
Where are you at the time this picture was taken?
So I am behind that crowd, towards the car, not towards the curb, but behind that crowd. So away from the driveway.
You are behind this crowd towards the driveway,
No, no, no. Like directly behind that crowd. Like you cannot see me.
closer to the pile of mulch that you described earlier.
No, 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 no. Like if towards the other property line. So directly behind it from our point of view. The pile of mulch is to the left in this angle.
Okay. This is your brother Charlie here,
Correct.
and you are somewhere behind Charlie and this other unidentified individual?
No, I'm behind the Alex Bernstein angle.
You think you're behind Alex Bernstein?
Yes,
How far behind him do you think you were at that time?
5 to 10 feet.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No, I did not.
Did you see Faison at any point that evening?
No. Well, during the evening, yes, but not during the fights.
And you see Mr. De Silva in this photo, correct?
Yeah, you could see him a little bit.
You see that Mr. Bernstein appears to have his hand somewhat on Mr. De Silva, right?
Yes.
And when this photo was taken, you're behind Mr. Bernstein.
Yes.
Where was Mr. Valle?
In the moment he was towards the road.
He was towards the road.
Yes.
And who was around Mr. Valle?
I do not recall.
But you recall seeing Mr. Valle?
Yes.
Was he by himself?
After he was with me, I do not know where he went besides towards the road.
So when this photograph is taken, or with the image captured here, this is a still shot from the video, right?
Yes.
This image captured here, you think you had already separated Mr. Hines from Mr. Valle at that point?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So at this point, Mr. Hines has already been stabbed?
Yes.
You've already been stabbed?
Yes.
When you were stabbed over behind Mr. Bernstein?
Yes.
And then after Mr. Hines was stabbed, he got up and he came over to the fight where Mr. De Silva was?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Is that what you saw?
No, I didn't see him.
And at this point, are you already laying down on the ground on your right
No.
hip?
I'm not.
What are you doing at this point?
Standing in the back, just in shock.
I'm going to show you now States 65. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, I can.
And do you still see Mr. Hines here with the black shorts and the green hooded sweatshirt?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us who's beside him?
No, I can't tell on that.
This is your brother, Charlie.
Yes.
correct? Who's behind him?
I think that is Joey Romano.
Joey Romano. Where is Will Berardi in this picture?
Nowhere to be found.
Now I'm going to show you States 66. You see that photo?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Hines here with the black shorts and the green hooded sweatshirt?
Yes, I do.
And he's still standing over top of Mr. De Silva, who's blocked by Mr. Villalobos and
Yes.
Mr. Lokovich, correct?
Yes.
And you see Jimmy McGrath here to the right, correct?
Yes.
Wearing a navy blue shirt and white shorts, correct?
Correct.
That evening, you yourself were wearing a dark shirt, correct?
Yes.
Was it navy blue?
Yes, it was.
Did it have anything on it?
Not that I recall, no.
No graphic on the back?
Nope.
And I'm gonna now show you State's Exhibit 67. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
And do you still see Mr. Hines' black shorts with the white trim at the bottom?
Yes.
And you would agree that this is showing Mr. Villalobos is shoving Mr. De Silva into the road, correct?
Yes.
And do you see a figure here with a dark shirt on?
Yes.
Do you think that could be you, sir?
Not that I know, no.
You see what you think is Mr. McGrath here to the right again, correct?
Yes.
And you testified here that you were only engaged in fighting with Mr. Valle, correct?
Correct.
You were never engaged in the fight that was going on with Mr. De Silva,
No, it was
correct?
not.
Okay. So let's go back to the beginning of the night, all right? You told us that you'd started off hanging out over at Tyler Rich's house sometime between 7 and 8 p.m., right?
Correct.
Because he had told you to come over and hang out at that time, right?
Correct.
When you got there, you went down to the basement after going first to the kitchen,
Yes.
correct? What did you do in the kitchen?
Said hi, greeted each other.
Who was there in the kitchen?
I don't recall exactly, but a couple of our friends.
Okay. Was there any drinking going on in the kitchen?
No.
You said you went down to the basement and just normal things were going on, correct?
Correct.
And those normal things, that involved drinking down there, right?
Correct.
You would typically go over to Mr. Rich's house and there would be underage drinking going on, right?
Yes.
And you couldn't tell us, you didn't recall who provided that liquor, correct?
No, I cannot recall.
But you said you think you had 2 beers, right?
Yeah.
Just 2.
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yes.
How can you be so sure that it was only 2?
That's what I recall.
Could it have been more?
Not that I know of, no.
And you said when you got there that there were 10 kids there, right?
Yes, about.
Were there any drinking games being played downstairs?
No.
Just music, hanging out,
Yeah, music,
drinking some
hanging out.
beers. Did anybody have anything other than beers?
Not that I know of, no.
And you said that later that night, younger kids showed up, right?
Correct.
And those younger kids were Griffin Marcinzik and Ryan Hines, right?
Yes.
And you had some inkling, did you not, that they were on their way over because your brother Charlie had picked them up to bring them there, right?
He did, but I did not know that.
He didn't let you know ahead of time, hey,
No.
I'm picking these folks up?
Nope.
Had Charlie been at 43 Laurel Glen Drive at any point prior to bringing Mr. Marcinzik and Mr. Hines?
Yes, I believe so.
While you were also there?
I believe so, yes.
So you were there, he was there, he left at some point to go get Ryan and Griffin.
Yes.
He didn't tell you he was leaving to go and
No.
get them. But you had seen him there that night, right?
Yeah, I've seen him there.
Was he also drinking?
Not before he left.
Not before he left.
No.
After he left, he was drinking?
I guess, maybe.
Well, did you see him drink?
No, I did not.
So you don't know whether or not he was
No, I do
drinking?
not know.
You assume he was drinking because that's what was typically done at
Yeah,
that
I
party.
assume, yeah.
Anybody ever drink to the point of getting sick there?
No,
Not on that night?
not on that night, no.
That is the shirt and a shoe that you were wearing that night, correct?
Yes.
That is State's Exhibit 24. And what color shorts were you wearing that night?
I think gray.
And are those gray shorts you were wearing reflected here in State's Exhibit 77?
Yes.
Are they some sort of a sweatsuit material?
Yeah, they're cotton.
You identified for us earlier a couple of photographs. I'm showing you right now what is State's Exhibit 57. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And you identified that as being Jimmy McGrath, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. McGrath is wearing the same shirt and shorts as we see later on in the video, correct?
Yeah.
You weren't there when that photo was taken, were you?
No.
Do you know whose home that is?
Yes.
Whose home is that?
That's Mr. Jesus' home.
Mr. DeJesus' home?
Yes.
And who is he to you?
He is a family friend and a father figure to people.
Okay. He's a family friend and a father figure to people. How old is he?
I don't know. I don't know his age. I'd say the 50s.
Mr. DeJesus is in his 50s.
Yeah.
And is this also a place where drinking goes on a regular occasion?
Yes.
You see a Bud Light there in the photograph?
Yeah.
You weren't there that night at Mr. DeJesus?
No.
Do you know Tanner Chernowski?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Tanner Chernowski?
We grew up playing football together when we were young.
Did you see him there that night?
I do not recall seeing him, no.
You don't recall seeing Mr. Chernowski that evening?
No.
Do you hear him in the video that we watched of the fight?
In the video?
Yes.
Yes.
What do you hear him doing in that video?
Saying, yes, sir.
Do you recall hearing him say that when the fight was going on?
No.
So, Mr. Hines and Mr. Marcinzik show up with your brother around what time?
I would say 9:30, 10-ish.
And once they arrived, shortly thereafter, you learned that Mr. Hines claimed that he had been jumped over at a party earlier that night at 5 Lazy Brook Road, right?
Yes, I heard that.
And what was the reaction of the folks in the basement at that point?
Who did it?
I'm sorry?
Who jumped you? Why were you jumped?
So they started to ask, who did it?
Yeah, who and why?
Okay. And then once they asked who did it, shortly thereafter, they started texting the people that they thought did it, correct?
That's what I heard, but I did not know that night.
You didn't see anybody texting?
No, I did not know there was
You
a
didn't
text thread.
hear from anybody that, hey, we're trying to get these kids to come over here?
No, I did not know that.
You didn't see Griffin Marcinzik taking a photograph of the address and sending it out on a group chat?
No.
Did you see Griffin Marcinzik that evening?
Yes, I did.
What did you see him doing?
He was in the basement hanging out.
Just hanging out?
Yes.
You didn't see him on his phone?
I mean, everybody's always on their phone. He was probably on it. That's what I thought.
Did you see him on it?
Not that I recall, no.
And you don't recall Mr. Marcinzik, Mr. Hines, your brother telling you that they were texting with these kids that they claimed did this to them?
No, I did not know there was a text.
Did you hear from anybody that they were trying to get these kids to come there?
Not that I know of, but probably, yeah. I'd say that.
What do you mean, not that you know of, but probably, yeah?
That people were talking about that there was something going on, but I didn't know exactly that they were getting them to come over.
What did you think they were talking about when they said something was going on?
I was staying out of it. I'm not involved in the younger kids' situation.
That was just the younger kids' situation?
It wasn't my friend's situation, no.
The other kids weren't talking about this as well?
They were not talking about it, no. They heard about it, but they weren't going on about it.
And so it was a surprise to you then when the Honda Pilot showed up outside?
Oh, yeah, it was.
Nobody was outside waiting at that time?
Not that I knew of.
And you heard that the car had showed up, right?
Yes.
Who did you hear that from?
I don't recall who.
Just someone said the St. Joe's kids were outside, right?
They said somebody was outside, yes.
Right. And someone said that, but you can't tell us who that was.
No, I don't know who.
How did they know to look outside to see that somebody was out there?
It was probably a
Objection
relayed.
is it's speculation.
Sustained.
Was anybody looking outside to see if there was a car arriving?
Objection,
know
does he
of.
know?
It's been answered, and it seems sufficient that he didn't know. I'll allow it to stand.
So you don't recall who said someone's here?
No.
But then everybody got up and went outside as a group together, correct?
People went outside, yes.
Well, you say people went outside. Who went outside?
I don't know exactly who, but people went outside.
Who was in front of you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone in front of you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone behind you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone to your side?
I don't recall.
Did you walk outside by yourself?
I walked outside.
By yourself?
I don't recall.
You do recall that there was a group of you, and you said at least 10 people were by the car and 10 people were in the driveway, right?
Yes.
But you don't recall who any of those people were.
I don't recall who I went out with, no.
These were all very good friends of yours that you had grown up with and played sports with since you were little.
Yes.
You can't recall who any of them were.
It wasn't important to me at the time, so no.
Wasn't important to you that your brother was going outside towards this car that you didn't know anything about?
I didn't know my brother was going outside.
You didn't see your brother outside?
No.
You can't tell us anybody that you saw outside.
There's people outside. I don't know the specifics of who was where and what was what.
How close was the nearest person to you while you were standing in the driveway?
Probably me to the judge.
And there were 10 of you in the driveway?
About, yeah.
Who were the other 9?
I don't recall
Objection, it's
exactly.
asked and answered.
It has been asked and answered, counsel. I'll sustain the objection.
There were 10 people by the car?
Yes.
Can you tell us who any of them were?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did you see Tyler Rich by the car?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
I
He's
don't
already
recall.
answered. He doesn't know, counsel.
Did you see anybody reach into the front driver's side window?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody put their upper body into the front driver's side window?
No, I did not.
The 10 people that were around the car, they were surrounding the car, right?
They weren't surrounding it. They were on one side of the car, from what I
Only
saw.
on one side of the car?
From my vision, yes.
How far away from the car would you say you were?
It's about 25 feet, 30 feet.
25 to 30 feet away?
Yeah, maybe a little farther.
Further than that even?
Yeah,
35, 40 feet away?
30.
You told us all you could hear was bickering, right?
Correct.
Did you hear anybody say somebody was flashing a knife?
Objection, that calls for hearsay.
I'll ask if he asked if he's heard it. I'll allow it overruled.
I don't recall hearing that.
Did you see anybody flashing a knife?
No.
Did you see anybody throw anything from the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody throw anything at the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Did you hear a smash or a shattering sound?
No, I did not.
Did you see the car being rocked by the 10 people that were surrounding it?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody put hands on the car?
No, I did not.
Were you watching this whole thing the entire time?
No.
What were you doing?
Probably engaged, talking to other friends.
So your attention was back and forth from the car to your friends?
In that moment, yes.
But you're sure that you looked over at that car and you saw Jack Snyder driving and Raul Valle in the car as well?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Jack Snyder?
Not really, somewhat. I've seen photos of him on social medias.
So you couldn't identify any of your friends that were around the car, but you'd seen photos of Jack Snyder before, and you could tell that that was him from 30 feet away.
Yeah, I saw people on social media from other times.
Okay. Were you familiar with Raul Valle?
Yes.
Had you known him just from social media like Jack Snyder, or had you had interactions with him?
No interaction, just knew of him from social media.
So you knew him from social media, and again, you could tell that that was him from 30 feet away.
Yeah.
But you couldn't tell who your friends were that were around the car.
No. I was able to tell from his hair.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No.
Did you see Jamie McGrath?
Not in that moment, no.
Who were you talking to in the driveway?
I don't know.
You said the bickering lasted 5 minutes or so, correct?
About, yeah.
And then without any other interaction between the vehicle, just the bickering, it sped off towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Correct.
And you stayed in the driveway, correct?
I went inside.
Well, you were still in the driveway, and then you went back into the house through the Bilko doors, right?
I went in through the Bilko doors, yes.
Who did you go back into the house with?
I don't recall who exactly.
Was it just you?
Probably.
When you got down into the basement, how many people were in there?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anybody that was in the basement?
No, not really.
Did you think about calling the cops at that point?
No,
Why not?
because I thought they had left. They sped away.
Didn't feel like it was a threat and you should call the cops?
No, they were told to leave, and they sped away, so they left.
And if you called the cops and they came and they found out that there was some underage drinking going on, that might be a problem, right?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. You can answer.
Yeah,
So you didn't want to call the cops because you didn't want them to come and get everybody in trouble. Is that fair to say?
no.
When you went back inside, you told us you talked with your friends about the incident, right?
Said we briefly talked about it, not a full conversation. More of mimicking it, like what was that?
Mimicking it?
Just saying, like, why did that happen? Why is that important?
Was there some talk about these guys are pussies, they didn't even get out of the car?
No,
None of that.
no,
Did you see Griffin Marcinzik?
no,
Did you see Ryan Hines?
no,
Did you see Faison Teal?
no,
Did you see Matthew Lokovich?
no,
Did you see Michael Sampieri?
nope,
Did you see Sal Perry?
nope,
Did you see Jacob Villalobos?
nope,
Did you see Tanner Chernowski?
no,
Did you see Charlie Connery?
no,
You were all alone in that basement?
no. There was older kids my age and girls my age.
Oh, okay. Who were they?
I don't recall exactly who.
And you told us that you were down there for about 10 minutes. I mean, there was no drinking going on at that point, right?
I said 2 to 5 minutes.
I'm sorry?
I said like 5 minutes.
You said 5 minutes
About, yeah.
that you were down in the basement?
Yeah,
You don't recall telling us just earlier when you were speaking with the state's attorney that you were down there for 10 minutes?
no, I said 5, I believe.
Okay. 5 minutes, no drinking going on.
No,
You were talking to some folks, but you can't tell us who.
I don't recall who, no.
And then you exited the house again, correct?
Correct.
You said that was because people claimed the car was outside still waiting, right?
Yep,
Who were those people?
I don't recall, it's just people.
More than one?
People were saying it, yeah.
People were saying it,
Yeah,
but you can't tell us who.
I don't recall who exactly.
But whoever it was that told you this, it grabbed your attention enough that though you don't remember them, you do remember them going outside to see what was going on, right?
Yes,
And when you went outside, could you see the car when you first came out the door?
no,
No. You had to go down along the tree line, correct?
correct,
Over to where your car was by the far end of the tree line, right?
correct, yeah.
And you looked down the street, right?
Yep,
Did you see Faison Teal?
no,
He wasn't there in the yard?
no, not that I saw.
Kind of hard to miss Faison, right?
Why? I didn't see him.
You didn't see him at all.
No,
He wasn't there in the yard.
no, I was by myself along the tree line and right into where my car was.
Okay. And you didn't see anybody else in the yard.
No, I didn't even look for that.
You looked down the street, you told us, and you saw people down there, right?
Yeah.
Who were those people?
I couldn't tell. They were far away.
Did you see the car down there?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell that it was the car?
Same car, yeah.
How could you tell that?
It was the same SUV car with a Honda facing this way. I know the structure of the car.
Well, it wasn't the only car that was in the street that night, was it?
The only one I saw.
That was the only car that you saw?
Yes, when before I came
There
back
weren't
in.
other cars parked along both sides of the street, up and down?
Well, where the cars were parked at the house, yes, but not down where that car was.
That was the only car that was down there.
That I saw, yeah.
And what was the lighting like?
There was streetlights that way, and there was also flashlights on people's phones. It wasn't too dark. It was not dark at all.
Did you see a group of Shelton High kids going down the street chasing that car?
They were already down there by the time I viewed it. They weren't chasing.
What were they doing?
I couldn't hear or see how far what they were doing exactly.
You couldn't hear or see what they were doing.
Not exactly, but I saw people.
Who did you see?
It was too far to judge.
Did you see any fighting going on?
Down there, no.
Did you see anybody throwing anything?
No.
Did you see anybody spraying anyone in the face with a can of PB Blaster?
No.
Did you ever hear about a can of PB Blaster that night?
No, not that night.
Did you see Tyler Rich anywhere?
In that moment, no. Later, yes.
How many people did you see in the Shelton High kid group that was down the street?
They were scattered through the road, so I wasn't counting.
How many would you estimate were down there?
I don't know. I never thought to count how many people were down there.
No, but you went back inside and you told everybody what you saw, right?
I went inside and I was like, they're down there, sitting there. That's all.
Like that, calm and just, they're down there, they're sitting there.
Sure, yeah.
That's how you told the folks?
I don't recall exactly.
Who was it that you told?
I don't recall who.
Who was in the basement at that point?
The older crowd.
Who's the older crowd?
Kids my age. So the kids who graduated in 2021.
Like who?
The girls as like Michaela Holtland and them. And then my cousin Will.
So it was just you, Will, and Michaela Holton and another girl that were in the basement at that point?
No, there's a little more people, but I wasn't engaging with them. So I wasn't picking up on who it was.
Where was your brother at this point?
I don't know.
And again, you told us that you heard that they came back, right?
Correct.
Who said they came back?
I don't know who.
How did you hear that they came back?
Someone said it.
How did they say it?
They came back.
Like that?
Yes.
They just calmly said they came back.
They said they came back.
You can't tell us who that was.
I don't recall who it was.
You're sure you were down in the basement?
Yes.
You didn't see Faison Teal down there?
No.
You didn't see Tyler Rich down there?
No.
You didn't see Matthew Lokovich down there?
No.
You didn't see Alex Burnson down there?
Nope.
Didn't see Michael Samperi down there?
No.
Didn't see Sal Perry down there?
Nope.
Didn't see your brother down there?
No.
Didn't see Ryan Hines down there?
No.
In any event, you went back outside once you heard that they were there.
Correct.
Why did you go back outside at that point?
Because I heard they were back, and I was curious to see what was going on.
Did you go out by yourself?
Yes.
Nobody else was with you?
No, I went alone.
So when you got outside, people were already there in the yard.
Correct.
You went to the tree area in front of the blue truck in the exhibit that you were shown, correct?
Correct, by the mulch pile.
By the mulch pile. And you stayed there until the fight broke out, you told us.
Yeah.
And when you came out, you saw a group of Shelton High kids face to face with Tyler DeSilva and Raul Valle, correct?
Correct.
Who were those kids that you saw face to face with Tyler DeSilva?
Tyler Rich was on the right, Ty Wood was in the middle, and then I thought was my brother Charlie Connor in the left, but that was Ryan Hines.
And that was it. There were just 3 kids that were there
Face
with
to
him?
face, face to face, yes.
Okay.
There was kids in the driveway who I did not identify.
Okay. Only these 3 kids that you saw were in the yard.
That's all I saw, yes.
You didn't see Faison Teal in the yard?
No,
You didn't see Alex Bernstein in the yard?
no,
Didn't see Matthew Lokovich in the yard?
no,
Didn't see Sal Perry in the yard?
nope,
Didn't see Michael Samperi in the yard?
no, I did not.
Didn't see your brother in the yard?
No, I did not. Well,
Were you
yes, I
looking for
did.
him?
I thought it was him.
I'm sorry?
I thought it was my brother, but that was Ryan Hines to the left,
You'd seen your brother earlier that night, correct?
briefly.
And he was wearing a white shirt, right?
Correct.
Ryan Hines was wearing a green hooded sweatshirt, correct?
Yes, that's what I was able to tell from the video, yes.
I'm sorry?
That's what I was able to tell from the pictures, yes.
But you thought that Ryan Hines in the green hooded sweatshirt was your brother in the white shirt?
Correct. I wasn't picking out what color clothes they were wearing. I did not think to take notes of that.
So, as best you recollect, it was just those 3 people in the yard facing the tube from the St. Joe's.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Was anybody blocking your view of things?
Of where they were? No.
Of what was in the yard?
No. Not where they were, no.
How close, when you came out, were Mr. DeSilva and Mr. Valle to the curb there, the road?
I can't tell how close they were to the road. That was their backside, so that'd be looking through 2 lines of people.
Will you describe for us where you saw them in one of the exhibits before? Do you recall doing that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. How far into the yard were they?
Right by that bush.
Right by that red bush that you had
Do you want me to
described
point?
before?
To where?
The red bush?
Yes, the red bush. Oh, the exhibit's not up.
And you told us you stayed there until the fight broke out. And that was to the roadside of the left red bush, correct?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. They were, Mr. DeSilva and Mr. Valle were to the roadside of the leftmost red bush. Do you recall describing that to us?
Can you pull up an
Sure.
exhibit so I can
Pull
see
up.
what you're talking about?
There's the big one behind it, too.
States Exhibit 6 is what I'm showing you there. Is this the red bush that you're describing here, this one?
Yes, right where your finger. Yep, yep.
And do you see this sort of debris field here in the front?
Yes,
And you see the curve here?
yes.
How far is it from the curb to the red bush?
I don't know. 15 feet, 20 feet.
15 feet, 20 feet. How far into the yard were Mr. DeSilva and Mr. Valle?
I would say a little more than halfway to that bush.
So 7 to 10 feet in, if that bush is 15, 20 feet.
Yeah, in that range, yeah.
Halfway or so to that bush.
Yeah.
And they were standing close together, right?
Yes, they were.
And you could see their faces.
Yes,
You could see their hands.
yes.
And did you see any weapons?
No, I did not see any weapons.
You didn't see Mr. Valle with the knife out, flashing it around.
Not in that moment, no.
Did you see Mr. DeSilva with any weapons?
No, I did not.
Did you see their hands?
Yes, I did.
Were they in fists?
They were by their side. I don't know if they were in fists or not.
They weren't raised.
Not until I saw the jolt.
And you said that they approached your friends, right?
Yes, they came onto the grass.
They came onto the grass. And you said initially they were just talking back and forth, right?
Yes,
And you described it, well, maybe it was arguing, right?
talking and arguing. Yeah.
And you were asked, was it peaceful? And you said, peaceful, I guess so, maybe. Do you recall that?
I recall saying that.
And that's what you saw that night, right? Mr. De Silva was trying to talk with Mr. Rich.
It wasn't talking. It was not so peaceful as I described. Like they were arguing with each other face to face.
Okay, so it's not as peaceful as you described it?
Yeah, it was not. No.
Okay. So now it's your testimony that in fact it was not peaceful at all.
It didn't start off as immediately throwing hands, but they did walk up. There was talking before a fight.
What was the talking about?
I was 10 feet away. I was not listening.
You weren't listening?
No.
And then you said it looked as though Mr. Valle was going to do something. Do you recall that?
Correct.
You told us that he cocked his right hand, right?
I didn't say cocked. I said he made a jolt like he was going to throw.
Wait, you
a
don't
punch.
remember when the state's attorney asked you, he cocked his right hand and you agreed with that?
He jolted. He went back. Like he went like this.
He flinched.
No, he did not flinch. A
Can
flinch,
you
a flinch is when
describe,
someone
you're
makes you
showing
flinch.
your shoulder coming back.
Yes, like that. Like you're going to do something.
Was his hand in a fist?
I did not see that, no.
Who was close to him when he did that?
Ryan Hines and Ty Wood.
Neither of them punched Mr. Valle, did they?
I didn't see who it was that punched him.
And again, at this point, your recollection is that there were only 3 people facing Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva, correct?
Yes, that's from my view, yes.
Did you see Mr. Teal anywhere?
No,
Did you see Mr. Lokovich anywhere?
no,
Did you see anybody other than those 3
no,
people?
those are the only 5 people that I saw.
And then you said a Shelton High kid threw a punch, right?
Someone in that line, yes.
In fact, that was Tyler Rich, right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I did not
What
see.
blocked your view?
I just didn't see who it was. I said it came from the right side.
And that person threw that punch at Mr. Valle, correct?
Correct.
Knocked him down to the ground, correct?
Stumbled, didn't fall to the ground.
He didn't fall to the ground?
No, not that I saw, no.
Do you recall telling officers when you gave a statement to them that you saw Mr. Valle on the ground?
When he was stabbing me, yes. He was bent over as I described.
And you described not that he was bent over, that he was crawling on the ground, right?
He was on one knee coming towards me as I described with the
You
state's
told
attorney.
police officers that he was crawling on the ground, correct?
I do not recall.
And you told police officers that they were trying to start things, and one of them said, "We have a knife on us," right?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall telling that to officers Kozlowski, Ianati, Muyo, and Bango on May 15th at 12:30 in the afternoon when
I
you were at
don't.
your parents' house?
No, I don't.
Do you recall them saying, one of them saying that they had a knife on them?
No, I don't recall that.
And do you recall telling officers that you all went over to help?
I don't recall saying that exactly now.
Okay. You've told us that it was just you who went over to break this up, right?
Yeah, that's what I was engaged with, yes.
Nobody else was with you when you went over to break
No,
this
I
up?
ran by myself. There could have been other people, but not with me, no.
And you described for us that you were able to just get in between the two of these folks and push Mr. Hines away, right?
Yes, I pushed and
And
got
then
into his
you
spot.
took his place.
Yes.
Nobody else around you at that point.
Not that I was thinking of, no.
Did you see anybody with a phone in their hand filming anything?
No.
Did you see anybody with a phone in their hand with the light on?
No.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski anywhere around?
No.
Did you see your brother Charlie anywhere?
I thought my brother was Ryan Hines.
Okay, I understand that. Now you understand that he's not your brother. He was Ryan Hines, right?
Correct.
Did you see your brother Charlie anywhere?
Not after that, no.
Counsel, whenever you feel there's a good time to take a break.
Your Honor, I think perhaps if we stop here, that would be a good spot.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to go ahead and move into our lunch break. So we will stand in recess from now until 2 p.m. We'll pick evidence back up at 2 p.m. I remind you of your rules of juror conduct, the oath that you took, and the instructions that I have repeatedly given prior to our recesses and our adjournments. So please remember to stand by those rules and your oath, and have a good lunch, and we'll see you back for 2 o'clock. Thank you. Court stands in recess. Thank you.
The Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. You may be seated. We'll have the witness back in the witness stand. Thank you. Yep, come on up, have a seat. And I just want to remind you that you do remain under the obligations of the oath that you took when you first entered the witness box, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. And Attorney Smith, you're welcome to come up at any time.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. It's all right. All right, counsel, at this time, I would like you to please stipulate to the presence of our jurors.
They will stipulate.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Connery, see if I can reorient myself to where we were. Okay, I think you had just told us that a Shelton High School kid threw a punch, but you can't recall who that person was, right?
Correct.
How far away were you from where the person threw the punch?
I was at the mulch pile, so 5 to 10 feet.
5 to 10 feet away.
Yeah, that's about that from the,
You couldn't tell who it was that threw the punch,
no.
but you could tell that it was a Shelton High kid.
Yes, it was from someone's back, someone's, like, their backside was towards me.
And you said that when you ran over to where Ryan Hines and Raul Valle were fighting, that they were just tussling, right?
Yeah, they were fighting.
No full punches were going on.
I don't recall the specifics, but they were fighting.
And they were fighting on the ground, right?
I don't think so.
And you said at some point you took Mr. Hines's place after you'd pushed them apart, right?
Correct.
And that you made eye contact with Mr. Valle, right?
Correct.
And in fact, when you described that to Officer Bango on July 9th, you told him that he stared into your soul and made creepy, demonic eye contact with you, correct?
Yes.
Demonic eye contact?
It was eye contact of someone who knew what they were going to do. It looked very unpleasant and very scary.
And then you said at some point the fight just stopped, right?
Yeah.
Do we see the fight just stop on that video?
No, it keeps going.
So this end of the fight where it just stopped, that occurred sometime after the end of the video, right?
When I referred to the fight just stopped, that's referring to when me and Raul have separated.
Okay. So after you and Mr. Valle separated, the fight continued, right?
Yes.
And who did you see involved in the fight at that point?
I don't recall seeing what happened after that point.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No, I did not.
Did you see Matthew Lokovich?
No, I did not.
Did you see Alex Burnson?
No, I did not.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski?
No, I did not.
Did you hear Tanner Chernowski?
No, I did not.
I'm going to ask you to watch what is labeled as State's Exhibit 60. And if we can see the 25% with the frame numbers on them, please. Your Honor, may I approach
Yes.
so I can see? And I may ask this to be paused at various points, okay?
Okay.
Pause it right there, please. Do you see at frame 330 the person that you've described as Ryan Hines?
Yes.
And is he the person to the left of the screen wearing the green sweatshirt and the black shorts with the white trim?
Yes.
Can you play it again, please? Just from where we are. Did you see rain falling through the course of that video?
Yeah.
Do you recall it being misty and rainy that evening?
Yes, I do.
Do we have the ability to go to certain frame numbers on there? Yeah. Okay. Can you take us to frame, just start at the beginning at frame 0? Okay. This is the very beginning of this video, correct?
Correct.
And in this video, I'm going to point that on this screen because I can't
Okay.
see it on your screen. Do you see the green sweatshirt, black shorts with white trim here to the right-hand side of the screen?
Yes.
And do you see beside that a pair of lighter colored shorts with a dark shirt on the top?
I'm sorry. I can't see where you're pointing.
I'm sorry, just to the right of the person you've described as Ryan Hines.
Yes, I can see that.
You can see that on your screen as well?
Yes.
Is that you?
No.
You were wearing a dark top and light shorts that day?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's not me.
How do you know that's not you?
Looks like there's a logo on the back of the shirt.
Okay. Can we go to frame 10, please? And I'm going to point here on this screen again. Do you see the green top, black shorts with white trim that you've identified previously as being Mr. Hines?
Yes, I do.
And do you see beside him the dark top with graphic on the back and the white shorts?
Yes.
And do you see beside that another person apparently wearing light shorts and a dark top?
Yes.
Is that you?
Not that I recall, no.
You recall telling us that you were close to Mr. Hines, correct?
Yes, but before the video is when I had my interaction with him.
Before this video is when you had the interaction.
Yes.
And can we go to frame 14? We're gonna have a little trouble zooming, getting to that pinpoint. Okay, that's fine. Let's go with 16 there. Oh, okay. And do you see in frame 14, again, green top, black shorts with white trim over to the right-hand side of the
Yes,
frame?
I see that, yes.
And do you now see two people with lighter shorts and dark tops, one of which has a graphic on the back, one of which does not appear to have a graphic on the back?
I see they both have graphics on the back.
When you say they both have graphics on the back, the farthest one to the right, you believe that's a graphic as opposed to that person's head?
Yes, it looks like a graphic to me.
What color shoes were you wearing that evening?
White.
Would you agree that these two people both appear to be wearing white shoes?
No.
No. Okay.
That looks like black.
And can we play through frame 29. I want you to pay particular attention to frames 25 and 29. Can you
Okay.
see the counter on the bottom?
Yes, I can.
Do you see from frame, here we are at 22, is there a way to make it progress frame by frame?
Oh.
Do you see now, okay, here we go. Let's stop there. Did you see those two people kicking their legs?
No.
No. Is there a way to, does that have a playback speed on it? That we can slow it down? We really just want to focus in on 25 to 29. Okay, can we go back then to frame 79? Thank you. That's fine, yes, thank you, perfect. Now, can you see this on your screen as well?
Oh, yes, I can.
And do you see sort of center left, again, Mr. Hines, green top, black shorts, and white trim?
Yes, I see that.
And do you see this person with dark pants, a white top, and some sort of multicolored graphic on the back?
I can't see where you're pointing, sir.
It's to the right of Mr. Hines, sir.
You're talking about the, looks like long black pants, like the closest person?
I think so, yes.
Can you point it again? Because you're actually, I'm sorry, you're blocking my vision.
Do you
really
have
no
the-
way for me to
excuse
do so.
Do you have a pointer here?
Yeah.
Could you use that?
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Do you see this person right here
Yes.
with the dark pants and the white top and the multicolored graphic on the back?
Yes, I do.
Do you know who that is?
I cannot tell, no.
And where were you while this frame is being seen?
I believe I'm in the far back.
In the far back, when
So-
you say in the far back, behind this group of people?
Yes, behind that, yes.
And you see Mr. Hines here,
Correct.
and you believe at this point you'd already been stabbed.
Correct.
You believe Mr. Hines has already been stabbed.
Correct.
Can we play forward to 112? You see a person on the ground here, Mr. Connery?
Yes, I do see that.
Do you believe that to be Tyler De Silva?
I can't tell in this, but
Well, you described him before as wearing a blue baseball-style jersey, correct?
yes.
And can we play it to 135? Here we are at frame 135. You see the gentleman with the white shirt, multicolored graphic on the back, and the dark pants to the right?
Yes.
You see beside him a person with a dark shirt, light shorts, and some light shoes.
Yes, I do.
You see beside him another person, dark shirt, light shorts, white shoes.
Yes.
Would you agree that this person that we've just described in the dark shirt, light shorts, and white shoes is going to the left of the screen towards this altercation happening to the left?
Yes, it looks like that.
Would you agree that these other folks we've described, these two on the right-hand side, they are participating in something that's going on to the right side of the screen?
Yes, they look like they're looking that way.
And do you see on the far left what we've already identified before as being Enrico Fiola holding a camera?
Yes.
And can we play that ahead to frame 182, please? This is frame 182. Would you agree that's the still shot that we've seen earlier when you were shown the exhibit? Oops. Easy for me to do. Would you agree?
Yeah, it looks similar to it, yes.
Right, because we see Enrico Fiola here again, right? He's looking towards the screen. We can see the light in his eyes.
Yes,
And he's again holding the camera, correct?
correct.
And there's, again, this person on the ground, which I believe earlier you identified as being Tyler De Silva.
Yes, that's him.
And that's Tyler De Silva on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And then, can we play it forward? Just a frame or two ahead. One more. I'm sorry, can you back that up to maybe 180? 180? Yep. And one more. Okay, there we go. Do you see here, again, Mr. Hines with the black shorts, the white trim, and the green top?
Yes, I see him.
What is he doing there?
Standing over the kid on the ground.
Can we play that forward to 183? Sir, would you agree that he is kicking that person that is on the ground?
It looks like he's doing something.
Doing something, but you're not sure what.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
All right. Can we play that forward? And I'll just ask you when to stop her. Thank you. Can you stop? Do you know who this gentleman is that's standing here in the front of the frame with the white shirt and looks like some sort of dark bottom?
It's hard to tell with the light on his face.
Can we play that forward just a little bit more? And again. Stop, please. Any idea who that was?
It looks like someone named Alex Zaborek.
I'm sorry?
Alex Zaborek?
Alex Zaborek.
Yes.
Do you remember him being there that evening?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody about Alex Zaborek being there that evening?
No one has asked me about him.
No one's asked you about it. Can you play that forward again? Can you pause it there? We're at frame 332. Do you see that, Mr. Connery?
Yes, I do.
And do you see here to the left, standing beside somebody with their camera out, Ryan Hines with the white trim, black shorts, green top?
Yes, I see him.
Do you see Mr. De Silva on the ground with his baseball jersey up over his head, hockey style?
Yes, I see that.
Do you see Alex Bernson leaning over him?
Yes, I see that.
Do you see Michael Sampieri also coming towards him?
Yes.
Is this your brother coming into the frame here from the right-hand side?
Yes, it looks like it.
Can we play that again, forward ahead? And can we pause that? And do you see your brother being followed by this gentleman in the gray top with the dark shorts?
Yes.
Who did you tell us that was before?
Joey Romano.
Joey Romano. Did you tell anybody that Joey Romano was there that evening?
No,
You weren't asked.
no, and no, I was not asked.
Do you see this gentleman here with his shirt off and the dark colored, maybe camouflage shorts?
Yes,
That's Matthew Lakovich.
correct.
And he's in a group, you would agree, with Mr. Romano and your brother.
Correct.
Can we play that forward again, please? Can you pause it, please? Do you see right behind Mr. Lakovich a person with white shorts and a dark top?
Yes, I do.
You believe that to be Mr. McGrath?
Yes.
Can you play that forward again, please? Can you pause it there, please? And you see Mr. Hines standing to the left of frame 400, correct?
Correct.
Green top, black shorts, white trim, correct?
Correct.
Jacob Villalobos shoving Mr. De Silva, correct?
Correct.
And you see the leg and part of the body of Mr. McGrath, correct?
Correct.
And he's standing in close proximity to this group that is shoving Mr. De Silva away. You would agree?
Yes, somewhat close.
Can we play that forward, please? Can we pause it there, please? We're at frame 490 now. Can you see that?
Yes.
Where were you located when that was going on?
In the back area where I was saying before, behind the crowd.
Still behind the crowd.
Correct.
Are you laying down at this point?
No, I was not.
What were you watching at this point?
I was just in shock and just staring off.
You still see Mr. McGrath here in frame 490, correct?
Correct.
Where were the rest of those people that were just with Mr. McGrath?
There to the left of him.
You could see them?
No, but just from the last clip before.
You're inferring that they didn't just disappear.
No, they did not disappear.
Just gonna hand this back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, is your testimony that, at least when you saw Mr. Hines engage with Mr. Valle, that they were just tussling and there was no punches, correct?
They were tussling. I didn't see punches or anything else.
Did you see Mr. Hines kick anybody?
No, I did not see him a kick.
You didn't see him punch anybody?
I didn't see punches.
Did you see him tackle anybody?
It wasn't tackling. It was just tussling. I don't know how to exactly describe it, but they were going at each other.
And after you claim to have separated them, did you see Mr. Hines go and do any of the things that we just saw there on the video?
No, I was not looking for that.
You couldn't see any of that.
No, I was not looking for it.
Did you see Faison Teal stomping anybody?
No, I was not looking for him.
And it's your claim or your recollection that you were stabbed even before the video started.
Correct.
And it's your claim that there were only 3 people involved in the fighting.
From what I saw, from what I was looking at, the angle I was at, yes.
And that most people are just sitting watching.
From my point of view, correct.
You were dressed similarly to Mr. McGrath that evening?
Different color shorts and no logo shirt.
Dark top,
Yes.
no logo on your shirt.
Nope.
White shoes,
Correct.
light gray shorts.
Correct.
All of the kids that were there at that party that night, other than the kids who showed up in the pilot, were very close friends of yours, were they not?
Yeah, they were, I wouldn't say super close. Some were closer than others, but they were friends of mine, yes.
Many of them you had grown up with since childhood, correct?
Correct.
You would get together almost every weekend over at Mr. Rich's house, correct?
Not at his house, but we would get together with everybody every weekend, different places.
Different places, but engage in a similar sort of party wherever those places were, correct?
Not every weekend, but here and there, there'd be something to do.
And when you would get together, there would typically be drinking, you told us?
It depended on the situation.
And you wouldn't want to see your friend's reputation or memories be harmed in any way, would you?
No.
After watching that video the way we just watched it, does that change your recollection of anything that you've told us?
No. What I remember is what I remember.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Attorney
I have
Driscoll.
a few questions. Counsel just asked you about this video.
Correct.
This is frame 252. Do you know who that is by the car?
Yeah, that's Raul Valle.
You didn't see that, right?
No.
At the time?
No.
But you know that now.
Yeah, I know it now.
Can you play the video, please? Stop. And frame 287 on the ground, that's Tyler De Silva, right?
Correct.
But you didn't actually see that at the time of the video, right?
No.
Play it. Stop. Now, frame 397, who is this individual starting to push Tyler De Silva out into the street?
Jacob Villalobos.
Play it, please. Stop. Now, frame 416, who is that stumbling out towards the street?
Towards the street is Tyler De Silva.
Who's directly behind him?
Raul Valle.
Do you remember that happening on the night in question?
No.
And who is this individual standing by himself right here on the left side of the frame?
The one with his arm
Yes.
right there? That's Jimmy McGrath.
And was it at this point that you looked over and you saw Jimmy McGrath stabbed?
No, no.
Play it, please. Stop. Who's standing out in the street all by himself in frame 453?
Tyler De Silva.
That's not the defendant right there?
No, that's not the defendant.
Play, please. Stop. Now, this individual on frame 489, who is this right here?
I'm sorry, you're blocking
Frame 489 on the left side of the frame.
That's Jimmy McGrath.
Okay. Standing all by himself?
That's what it looks like.
Do you remember seeing this happen on May 14th of 2022?
I saw him standing by himself, but after they drove away.
Can you please play it? Stop. Frame 533. Do you see Mr. McGrath?
Yes, I do.
What does he appear to be doing at this moment?
He's backing up away from something.
Did you see that happen on May 14th?
No, I didn't see that.
Who is next to Mr. McGrath in this frame?
Tyler De Silva.
So, you remember certain things happening that night, but not everything that you saw in the video.
Correct.
Is that fair? Safe assessment?
Yes.
So, at what point in time do you remember seeing Mr. McGrath after you realized you're stabbed?
So after I realized I was stabbed, they have already driven off, and actually he was standing somewhere near where he is in this video, and that's when I saw him stabbed and fall to the floor.
You saw him lift up his
He
shirt?
pulled up his shirt, there was blood, and he just dropped.
Now, counsel asked you a little bit about you giving a statement to the police about the defendant making eye contact with you just prior to him coming towards you and hitting you in the leg, right?
Correct.
Describe why you said what you said.
Because the way he looked me in the eyes, no one's ever looked at me that way before, and it was, now when I think about it, the punches that I thought were being punches was someone who looked at me knowing what they were going to do.
So, how would you describe, withdrawn, when he looked at you, is that the moment that he came towards you?
Yeah, we made eye contact and then we engaged.
So, describe how, when he made eye contact with you, how he engaged you.
He was on literally bent over, as I described before. He looked me up right into the eyes, and I looked at him, and then he came right at me with the leg, and that's when he was doing the hooking motion into my leg.
And when he came at you, what was your reaction to that?
I immediately was doing the thing, get off, like this.
Okay. And when counsel asked you the fight just stopped, what did that mean, the fight just stopped? It didn't just stop.
Me and
there.
him had our separation, and then that's when I stood there in that back just looking around in shock.
And when you were in shock, what were you doing? Were you focusing on what was happening
I
around
think
you?
I don't recall exactly what was happening around me because my body was just telling me, like, you're hurt, figure out yourself. So I was just sitting there, standing.
Were you engaged in who was around you and taking notes on
No,
all your
no.
friends around you?
Not at all.
So when counsel asked you, was Matt Lockovich there, and you said you can't recall. Why did you say you couldn't recall?
Because that night I was not thinking, where is Matt Lockovich right now at this moment?
And when he asked you where Mike Samperi was at any particular moment, why weren't you?
I wasn't thinking, where is Michael Samperi?
And how about where your brother was?
I thought I already had pulled my brother out.
And what about where Jimmy McGrath was?
I wasn't thinking, where is Jimmy McGrath right now?
And how about any of your other friends that have been mentioned?
Not a
during
single
your drug
person I was
testimony?
thinking about, no, not where they are.
So with regards to when counsel asked you about when the car initially drives up and people say someone's out in the front yard or the car's here, and you walk out into the driveway, but you stand at about, I think, 30 feet away, how many people were around you that were from the Shelton party?
Like I said, there was 10 people in the driveway around me,
How many people were close to the car?
about another 10.
And at that moment, were you taking notes about who was to the right of you, who was to the left of you?
Not at all.
Why weren't you taking note of that?
Because I was taking note of who were the people that were not supposed to be here in the car.
So where was your main focus at that point in time?
The people in the car.
And with regards to when you go back into the house and then you come back out a second time, remember when you just testified on cross that the car was down the street and you
Yeah.
come down the tree line area?
Correct.
So I think your testimony, this is State's Exhibit 49, testimonies you were somewhere down near the second red bush towards the street,
Yeah, correct.
down the street. You remember when counsel asked you about, do you recall Faison Teal was in the yard at that time?
Yes, I remember that.
Do you remember what your response was?
No, I did not see him. I do not recall seeing him.
Why didn't you see Faison there?
I wasn't in the yard, hey, where's Faison Teal? Thinking that.
But was Faison Teal at Tyler Rich's house?
Yeah, he was at the party, yes.
You just can't recall whether or not he was in the yard at that particular moment?
No, I cannot recall.
Could he have been at the yard?
Sure, he could have been, yes.
Maybe you didn't see him?
I wasn't looking for him.
So, with regards to anybody that may have been around you, in addition to Faison Teal, again, was your focus on your friends around you or what was happening down the street?
I was looking down the street. I wasn't thinking who's next to me in this moment.
Now, with regards to, one final question. Counsel asked you about this picture. State Exhibit 57. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know where that picture was taken?
Yes, I do.
Where was that picture taken?
Mr. DeJesus' house?
You didn't take that picture, right?
No.
How do you know that this is Mr. DeJesus' house?
I've been over there before.
Okay, and when you say Mr. DeJesus, who are we talking about?
The father, the person who owns the house.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. DeJesus has any children?
Yes, he does.
And who are his children?
He has 3 boys and 1 daughter.
And are you friends with any of his
Yes, I am.
children? Who are you friends with?
Nick DeJesus through my brother, and then Joey DeJesus because he's older than me.
And was any of those individuals at Tyler Rich's house then?
Yeah, Nicky was.
Nikki was?
Yeah.
So when you're referring to Mr. DeJesus, who's 50-something years old, you're talking about the father, not the son?
Yeah, the father.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
You were just asked about when you had been out in the driveway, looking across the way. There were 10 of you in the driveway, you recall, and another 10 across the street with the car, correct?
Correct.
And you told us you were just focused on who was in the car that wasn't supposed to be there, correct?
Correct.
And that's why you didn't see anybody rocking that car, correct?
Correct.
That's why you didn't see anybody put their hands on that car, correct?
No, I did not see that.
That's why you didn't see anybody throw anything at that car, correct?
No, I did not see that.
That's why you didn't see any of your friends do anything to that car that night, correct?
No, I
Because
did
you were
not see
just
that.
focused on who was in that car.
Correct. I was focused on who was
So
in it.
focused that from 30 feet away, you could tell us, despite the 10 people being in front of you, that Jack Snyder was the driver and Mr. Valle was a passenger, right?
Yeah, I had a sight on them. I looked at them, and that's what I acknowledged.
Thank you. Nothing further.
When you noticed the defendant and Jack Snyder in the car, did you hang out there the whole time, or did you make your way back into that?
No, I went inside.
Okay, so you didn't stay outside the entire time during that?
No, there was already so many people out there. I didn't need to be out there.
No further questions.
Nothing further.
All right. All right, you're dismissed, ma'am. Thank you. Just watch your step as you exit, okay? Thank you. Attorney Messina, the state's ready.
Dr. Roselle, stand, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yes, please step into the witness box and remain standing. Madam Clerk, to my right will put you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Roselle Crombie, C-R-O-M as in Mary, B-I-E.
Thank you. And please state your business address.
My business address is, it's 888 White Plains Road, second floor, suite 206, Trumbull, Connecticut, 0661.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Hi, Dr. Crombie, how are you today?
Good afternoon, Tatiana.
Good afternoon. It's a little bit difficult to hear in this courtroom.
Okay.
So as much as you can keep your voice up, we appreciate
Sure.
it. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Dr. Crombie, what is your current profession?
I am a surgeon.
And explain to the members of the jury what degrees you hold.
I hold several degrees. I have MD, MPH, which is a Master's in Public Health. I have a FACS, which is a Fellow of the American College of Surgeons, and FABA, which is a Fellow of the ABA. I'm double boarded in general surgery and surgical critical care, and I am fellowship trained in burn surgery, which is traumatic burns and reconstructive plastics.
And what hospitals are you affiliated with?
I'm part of the Yale New Haven Health System. My primary home hospital is Bridgeport Hospital, but I do also at times go down to Greenwich Hospital. And many years ago when I first started, I was at Yale New Haven Hospital.
In Bridgeport Hospital, that's located in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
That's correct.
And how often are you at Bridgeport Hospital?
At this point in my career, most of my practice is outpatient ambulatory surgery that's done at Park Avenue Medical Center, and then I'm on service, meaning in the hospital to cover burns a certain number of weeks per year. But about once a week, I cover on-call, which means that for a period of time, my surgical group has to cover trauma, general surgery, surgical critical care, burns, and wounds over a period of time. It's typically a 30-hour shift.
And for how long have you been affiliated with Bridgeport Hospital?
I'm at the end of my 16th year of practice, so it's been a very long time.
And if you can give us a rundown of your work experience.
My work experience, it's all of those specialties, in addition to some outpatient and ambulatory surgery as well. So it's general surgery, burns, trauma, critical care, which means people that are sick or very sick on ventilators, need a lot of vitals. I do wound surgery. I do a lot of reconstructive plastics as well.
And could you please explain to the members of the jury in what capacity your expertise is needed at Bridgeport Hospital?
Primarily for burns is what I'm renowned for, if you look up my name nationally. But additionally, again, I do reconstructive plastics. I cover trauma when I'm called to about once a week, whatever comes in through the emergency room that needs addressing by a surgeon at certain times.
In your specialty of trauma, explain to the members of the jury, are you in one particular department at Bridgeport Hospital, or are you called into any department when needed?
Good question. So a lot of the general perception is that we're just sitting there in the emergency room, and that's exactly not what happens. So I'm a surgeon. I'm part of the Department of Surgery, Surgical Critical Care, General Surgery, Burns, Wounds. I know I keep repeating, but just to stay on the point, when there are different types of consults that come throughout the hospital or outside of the hospital, and we're called to either different floors or different sections of the hospital, then we go and we see the patient and we evaluate them. Sometimes it's up on the 10th floor where there's a cardiology issue. Sometimes it's in GI or gastroenterology. Anywhere where there is a need for either any of those particular specialties that we cover, that's where we go. And the emergency room obviously is one as well,
Have you testified in court before?
multiple times.
And do you have any teaching responsibilities?
I do. I'm faculty at Yale School of Medicine, Department of Surgery.
Does that involve teaching residents and
It
whatnot?
does, yes. Many residents, we got over 100.
Do you belong to any professional societies?
Multiple professional societies. So the American Burn Association, the American College of Surgeons. I also belong to a number of wound societies as well. I'm chair of the Physicians Special Interest Group for the American Burn Association. I am I'm a board director at large for the American Board of Wound and Surgery, effectively. I'm the chair of a conference that's called the John Boswick Symposium, named after a former burn surgeon. So I do quite a bit at the national level and also within the state of Connecticut, the American College of Surgeons within the state of Connecticut.
I'm going to direct your attention to May of 2022.
Yes,
Do you recall working at Bridgeport Hospital at that time?
I do.
And on any given day or night, how many patients would you see?
So I'm on call tonight. I was on call Saturday. I'm typically the Tuesday person or the Saturday person. It can be anywhere between typically 17 and 20 consults, and then I'm covering about 60 to 65 patients that are on the floor. In addition to that, if anything emergently needs to go to the operating room that needs to be addressed, then I'm also operating on that as well.
What you just recounted, was that about the same way in 2022?
That's a typical night on call for me.
And directing your attention specifically to May 15th, the early morning hours, May 15th of 2022. Do you recall working at Bridgeport Hospital on that morning?
I was the overnight person, yes.
And overnight, what hours is that again?
So we usually, in addition to working a regular day, which for me starts about 7 a.m. operating, at about 4, somewhere between 4 and 6, I have to come back to the hospital and relieve my partners that have been covering the hospital. And then I cover all of those services until about 8 a.m. the next morning. So it covers the overnight shift, effectively. Each one of us takes our turn. That happened to have been my turn.
Did there come a time when you examined a patient by the name of Thomas Connery?
Yes,
And do you recall reviewing Thomas Connery's medical records before testifying here today?
I did.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor? Yes. Approaching the witness. Dr. Cromley, I'm going to be showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 81 for ID purposes only. Could you just please review this and let members of the jury know, what is that document?
This is the medical record of the said patient, Thomas Connery. It gives a medical rec number, which is a number within our Yale New Haven Health System, and a date of birth, 11/27/2023, and it is the contents of what is taken out of our electronic chart now since 2015, but the government required us to be electronic and it's printed into paper.
Were those records made in the regular course of business of Bridgeport Hospital?
Yes,
And is it in the regular course of business for Bridgeport Hospital to record such documentation?
it is.
And you had an opportunity to review these records before coming to court today?
I did.
And are those records the same records that you, that were generated on the date of service, which was May 15th? of
That is
2022?
correct.
And are these records certified?
Yes.
I'd ask that they be marked as a full exhibit.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence dates 81 full.
Dr. Cromley, giving you back states 81, now a full exhibit, you can now reference states 81. Dr. Conway, looking at SAFE 81, when was Thomas Connery admitted into the hospital that morning?
5/15/2022, I recall that it was just at the turn of midnight is when we got paged
Okay. And to your knowledge, how was he brought to the hospital?
by ambulance.
And where was he brought upon his arrival?
Oh, in the ER, there is an ambulance bay where the EMS providers bring them down the hallway and it goes into a trauma room. We have 3 of them, and effectively they're just big rooms that have a lot of equipment that we might need for emergencies or anything that we need to do.
When Thomas Connery arrived, did he arrive as any kind of specific level, meaning a trauma level or something otherwise? And how do you know this?
So the American College of Surgeons and the American Association of Society of Trauma, they grade the levels of trauma on 3 levels. So the lowest one, meaning that you can just consult the physician, it's not emergent. The second one being that there are some injuries that may be concerning and we require certain people to be there. And then the top level, which means that the patient is in extremis, everybody should be there, including respiratory anesthesia, surgery, everybody that is needed possible. It denotes a call to the blood bank, et cetera, et cetera.
Do you know what level Thomas Connery came in as?
I believe he was a trauma alert, which is the mid-level.
And from your experience and expertise, why was he labeled as a trauma alert?
So per the criteria of the American College of Surgeons for certified verified trauma centers, because he had a penetrating injury of some sort, he immediately bumps up to at least a 2nd level, maybe even a 3rd, depending on a bunch of different factors.
Would that be for all patients who come in with similar injuries such as his?
Penetrating trauma does trigger the 2nd level.
And please explain to the members of the jury how you came about, how you were asked to assess his injuries. How were you called to assess his injuries?
So in a typical night on call, I'm the attending on call. I have a chief resident, which is anywhere between a PGY3 and a postgrad year 3 to postgrad year 7, basically. And then there's a mid-level resident, which is the person that primarily covers any consults that come through the ER or any emergencies like this, and then an intern. So what typically happens in many hospitals throughout the United States is that the mid-level or the consult resident goes and evaluates the patient. There's also a separate residency program called the Emergency Medicine Residency Program that also evaluates the patient, and it's part of both the learning process and the incredible need to have multiple parts to patients' care in medical care. And the mid-level resident, we all got the page. The mid-level resident then speaks to the chief level resident, and then they evaluate the patient and call me and give me a head to toe. And then I go and examine the patient.
I'm going to direct your attention to Stacy's exhibit, I believe it's 81. Page 2, under where it says History Chief Complaint. Can you please read what it says under that line?
Stab wound, multiple stabbings to the left thigh, trauma alert called at 0042, so 12:42 a.m., direct to trauma 4, which is one of our main trauma rooms
Is
in
that
the
trauma
ED.
room was
4,
trauma 4?
correct.
And how many do you have at Bridgeport
We have
Hospital?
3
Okay.
that are active, but we can spin to more than that if needed in a mass casualty incident.
And I'm going to direct your attention to States 81, page 6, towards the bottom of that exhibit under the heading ED Notes by Messer Marissa RN. Can you please read what it says there, starting with the sentence on assessment?
So on assessment, the patient with 4 puncture wounds to the lateral aspect of the left thigh, inferior and superior wounds with hematoma, bleeding controlled, pedal pulses present bilaterally. Cardiopulmonary monitoring initiated, VSS, which means vital signs stable. GCS is a measure of the activity and movement and response of the patient. IV access established in the right AC, which means antecubital, which is the inner part of the arm. Lab work collected. Please refer to the trauma narrator for further documentation.
What does all of that mean that you just read?
Okay, let me break it down. The assessment we do, there's parts of a note in the way that we communicate in medicine, which is basically, and the medical students and the residents, they evaluate by hearing the history first, and then by doing a physical exam head to toe. And then there is an assessment, meaning based on the description of the history, the physical exam, and examination of all of the imaging labs, et cetera, what is your assessment? So this is the individual that wrote this, who is a nurse. This is what she is reporting as her assessment for this patient. So 4 puncture wounds, so 4 stab wounds, lateral aspect of the left thigh, so there's laterality, so there's left and right. Lateral means to the outside of the body, medial means to the inside of the body. So it appears that there were 4 puncture wounds to the lateral aspect, so outside of the left thigh. Inferior means, again, inside, superior is above, so towards the top, with a hematoma, which is basically a collection of clotted blood. Bleeding is controlled, it appears, is what she is assessing. Pedal pulses means that she touched or somebody touched the bottom of the feet and examined the arteries there. And what that indicates is that there is good blood flow that goes beyond those stab wounds to the feet. And cardiopulmonary monitoring meaning, was initiated, meaning that they hooked them up to the monitor, which is blood pressure, O2 saturations, respiratory rate, amongst other things. Vital signs were stable, so they fell within a specific range. GCS is a Glasgow Coma Scale. It is a universal way that in the emergency room and surgeons communicate, and it's based on eye movement, verbal, and then overall movement. And there's a score, 15 is the best that you can get. The minimum we typically give if somebody is even deceased is a 3, because they got basically a 1 for nothing. IV access means that the nurses were able to put the IVs in the right arm, and then they collected the typical blood work that we do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Referring you to State's Exhibit 81, bottom of page 6 into page 7, is this where your notations begin?
This is part of my note, yes.
Okay. And is that your electronic signature on this documentation?
It is.
Okay. And you personally examined Thomas Connery, is
I
that
did.
correct? And on that same, in that same Exhibit 81, where it says pre-hospital information, what does that refer to?
Pre-hospital information means that before they got to the hospital and rolled in, emergency medicine services are also providing some type of medical care, and they're documenting that in some capacity. Now, I don't see anything other than when the patient rolls in, so I know nothing about whether or not that's valid or invalid, it just is.
And emergency medicine services, that's EMS?
That's correct.
Okay. And it indicates here on States 81, page 7, arrival time and exam time. Is that when you actually examined Thomas Connery?
No, as I stated before, the way that it works is based on the grading of the system. He is a middle grade, so I don't technically need to examine him for a certain period of time. If it's the highest grade, we have to be there within 15 minutes.
Moving to page 8 of States 81, what is the difference between a primary survey and a secondary survey that is listed there?
So again, with the American College of Surgeons and the trauma, a primary service survey means primarily we're identifying the things that can kill you. So airway, breathing, and circulation. And so those are the primary survey that we have to evaluate. Airway, I'll give you for an example. So if airway is not working because they don't have a breathing tube in, you stop there. You cannot move on to identify whether or not they're breathing, because they may not stop breathing until you have an open airway. So that's the time that we get anesthesia to come in, put a breathing tube. And then you keep going down until you're done with circulation, evaluating all the vessels throughout the entire body and making sure that they have good pulses. The secondary survey is then after you've got the patient stable and you've got all that documentation, is really looking at things like eye movement. Do you have blood in your ear? Are there any other deformities because of fractures and stuff like that? So that's all documented as a methodical way so that nobody misses anything.
Now, prior to assessing Thomas Connery that morning, had you had occasion to treat patients with stab wounds in the past?
I have.
And upon examination of Thomas Connery, were his wounds consistent with stab wounds to the thigh?
They were.
And do you base your conclusions on self-reporting, your personal observations, or a little bit of both?
In terms of that they were stab wounds?
Correct.
So it's a little bit of both, but there are also some imaging studies that are done. And within the imaging studies, things that we're looking for are communication of air into the deeper tissues. And he did get what we call a CAT scan. So it's evaluation of the actual soft tissues and bones that showed that the injuries on the skin were consistent with a deeper injury down below.
I'm going to direct your attention back to States Exhibit 81 on page 9. Are those notations a continuation of your secondary survey of Thomas Connery?
They are.
and directing your attention to page 9, under where it says extremities. If you can please read that to the jury and then explain why this was concerning to you.
Sure. So this is an evaluation of the extremity on the secondary survey. Left thigh with 4 stab wounds with no active exsanguination, meaning no active bleeding at the time when we saw him. Inferior anterior stab wound, again, that's the inferior, so inside in the front anterior stab wound with a small hematoma, so small clotted blood. Range, ROM means range of motion intact at the hip joint, knee joint, and with the foot, meaning that his hip, his knee, and his foot moved completely normally for what we would expect of this age. No focal neurological deficits, which means that we tested both motor and nerve, and it was equal to the other side, and there was nothing missing. No vascular deficits, meaning that they were palpable with the different pulses, femoral, popliteal, dorsalis pes. These are all anatomic as we're working down from the hip all the way down to the foot, with an ABI of 0.94. Distal pulses palpable and symmetric, except for, as noted above, no gross deformities or bony tenderness of the extremities, normal passive range of motion, meaning that there wasn't anything inhibiting us from bending his legs, of the extremities without pain, except noted above, no abrasions, lacerations, contusions, ecchymosis, hematomas, or foreign bodies were noted on the physical exam. I just also want to point out the ABI, which is stands for the ankle brachial index, is another completely subjective where we measure the blood pressure at the brachial, meaning arm, and the ankle index. It should be equal and bilateral on both sides, and it should be 1. There are some elderly patients that have some vascular disease, meaning that they have smoked or they've got atherosclerosis. Sometimes you can have a decrease between 1, but in a normal young man, such as it should be close to 1. So in the area where the stab wound was on the left thigh, that limb was slightly decreased.
Why was that alarming to you?
So when you cut through a muscle, and if you think about it like a steak on end, there's a white, thick tissue on the end called fascia. And what that does is as you injure the muscles, which are very vascular with a lot of arteries and vessels and lymphatics, they can swell to the point where it swells within that tight vascular tissue, that tight tissue called the fascia, and it can actually compress important structures like veins, nerves, and arteries. So that's why that number was concerning to me, because A, in a young man, it should not be less than 1, and B, it just shows that there was a significant amount of hematoma, meaning blood, that was starting to decrease some of the flow that was adding to our measurements.
In your professional expertise, would that be something that would be life-threatening, a life-threatening
It
injury?
can be life-threatening, and it also can be limb-threatening
Explain.
for a young man. So limb-threatening, meaning that as it starts to compress some of those arteries and veins, what happens is effectively it decreases the perfusion or the carrying of blood to the areas distal or further away from where the blood comes. The blood comes from your heart, it comes down into your hips where your femoral artery is, and then it goes out to the furthest point in the lower extremity. And what can happen is if the thigh's pretty muscular, if you continue to bleed, you can actually squeeze to the point where no blood flow is going down to below the knee or below where the thigh is. So that can typically in a non-responsive patient end up being an issue, and even in a responsive patient, it can lead to something called a compartment syndrome, meaning that the compartment is so tight that the pressures in the different area are damaging key structures, and that can ultimately, obviously, we call it ischemia, meaning not blood flow to a limb, and if it's not dealt with in a timely fashion, it can be devastating.
Now, directing your attention to page 11 to page 12 of SACE 81, at the way bottom of that page where it indicates soft tissues, there's a subcutaneous gas noted within the soft tissue of the anterior lateral thigh, best visualized on lateral view. What does that indicate?
That means kind of like I was describing for the CAT scan before. It just means that there was a communication between the outside air and the inside air. And what happens is, you can imagine, is just when I kind of akin it to like if you were cutting like gelatin. The knife goes in, and there's parts of it that will close, but there's going to be a track of air that communicates with the outside that basically is illustrated by this picture.
And that would be indicative of a knife penetrating
Some
wound?
sort of, not specifically a knife, but a penetrating object.
At the very end of page 12, in States 81, it indicates attending comments that Thomas Connery was admitted for observation as the thigh muscles are highly vascular. Why was it important to keep Mr. Connery for a little bit of time at the hospital?
To make sure that he wasn't going to continue to bleed to cause that ultimate demise of what I was alluding to before, called compartment syndrome.
And at some point, in looking at page, I believe it's page 14 of States 81, there's a notation there from the nurse that indicates that at 3:15 a.m., dressings found to be drenched in blood, dressing changed with Sarah, who was one of the nurses. Is that a notation indicating that the wounds that Mr. Connery had sustained were still bleeding even
That's
after several
correct.
hours?
That's correct.
Dr. Crombie, are you aware if Thomas Connery blood was taken to be tested for anything at the hospital that
It's very standard for all trauma patients to have their blood
night?
drawn.
Standard, and why is that?
Because we are looking for not only to see how physiologically deranged they are, because often, despite the fact that our EMT providers are excellent, it just gives us a better clinical picture of what we need to do. But additionally, related to that, it gives us a little bit of an insight into some of the substances that may be masking some of the physical exam symptoms and the radiologic symptoms.
Directing your attention to page 23 of States 81, it does indicate that Mr. Connery's blood was tested, and it was tested for ethanol, which is alcohol. Do you recall what the level was?
125.
And what is that for BIC?
So blood alcohol level is a way for us to measure how, what the law has deemed as being impaired. And 0.8 or 80 milligrams per deciliter is what's considered the impaired amount. I mean, obviously, that's going to vary depending on your body mass and et cetera, but that's what's legally done. So technically, at 125, he has an alcohol on board, and it's significant enough to cause impairment.
Is that a BAC of 0.125? Would that be the conversion?
0.125, yep.
With the fact that Thomas Connery had alcohol in his system, would that have affected his injuries or how he was treated at all?
So, full disclosure, we don't get these numbers right off the bat. Like, this is something that comes afterwards. But it is incredibly helpful when it comes afterwards that then the team knows that they need to give more fluid and that the alcohol might be affecting the type of injury that he has. More specifically for him, it's just that he is intravascularly, so he bled, and then he's intravascularly dry because of the alcohol, because alcohol is a diuretic. It actually signals, it overrides your kidney's normal homeostasis or balance and doesn't allow you to reabsorb the water when you're dry. It actually signals for you to pee, and that will make you drier, effectively. So that's the significance of that in him.
Okay. Being that you did not have these levels beforehand, did you see anything that was concerning to you that you thought maybe he had alcohol in his system, hence causing more bleeding, or he wouldn't heal as fast because he had alcohol, anything to that effect?
No, that shouldn't affect it.
Dr. Crombie, I'm going to show you what's been marked as, one moment. It's exhibit 77. Can you see that on your screen over there?
I can, yes.
This was a picture that was taken at the scene.
At the scene.
Do you recall if this is similar? Mr. Connolly was taken.
It is similar.
Okay.
So we don't see these pictures, obviously, unless EMS has it.
Right.
I just see the patient as they roll into the emergency room.
And I just think one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Showing you what's been marked state 73. This was a photograph that was taken of Thomas's injuries about a week after, I believe. Are those consistent with where you saw the wounds the night of the morning?
Correct. They are consistent. So the left leg, and you can kind of delineate that because there is another leg underneath it that shows the right leg. Lateral is the outside of the leg, like I was saying, and those are three of them. there was one on the other side. So when we talk about this is the lateral, the opposite of that is a medial. There's clear description throughout the chart multiple times of an inferior medial one as well. And the significance of that means that the object, whatever it was, went through and through to, could have gone through and through to the other side. And that's the concern that I have as a surgeon.
So point to this exhibit indicating here, I don't know if you can see that, which injury was this? You termed it as?
It should be superior lateral.
Okay. And pointing here to the middle exhibit
That should just be lateral or anterior lateral.
and pointing to the lower end. Lower end.
It's technically inferior lateral because it's still on the outside of the leg.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the one we're not seeing here in this same exhibit is, you said, on the inner side?
Inferior, so inferior medial thigh. So inside thigh.
Now, Dr. Crombie, referring you back to States 81, page 12, under assessment plan, what does it say was initially done to help heal or tend to Mr. Connery's wounds?
So the wounds were washed thoroughly with betadine, which is an antimicrobial, and saline, which is effectively salt water. Xeroform gauze, which is a yellow gauze that has some bismuth salts in it, was applied and secured in place with Kerlix dressings, which are the types of gauze that you can kind of wrap around a leg.
Why weren't sutures used or stitches?
Good question. So I don't know what he got stabbed with. It could have been a branch, for all I know. And that is not sterile. That's got a ton of bacteria, a ton of stuff that might still be in the wound. So you do not want to close the wound, because then what that allows is to have growth of specific bacteria that are not, they're called anaerobic bacteria, so they thrive where there's no oxygen. So we always leave stab wounds open when we don't know what it is, how deep it was based on the imaging, so it heals from the inside out. So you just need to clean them, irrigate them out, and allow them to heal.
If Thomas had told you, or told one of the nurses that he had gotten stabbed with a knife, would you still have not put sutures? So even if it was a knife, not a tree branch as you indicated, would you still have had the same course of treatment?
Yes. I don't know how clean the knife is.
Okay. And I'm going to direct you, well, withdrawn. To your knowledge, do you know how long Thomas Connery was in the hospital for?
I don't know. I know that he came in around 12:54. I know that the dressings were changed at 3:15. That's why my note and my attending note doesn't match my resident's note, because I wanted him to be observed. So, and then what happens is 8 a.m. is there's a new team and a new partner of mine that comes and takes over.
But you do know that he was kept for some time for observation?
He was.
Dr. Crombie, I am going to ask you, in addition to treating Thomas Connery that night on May 15th of 2022, did you also recall tending to a patient by the name of James McGrath?
I did not know his name at this time, but yes.
And do you have a clear recollection of when James McGrath was brought into the hospital on May 15th of 2022?
Yes. So in my recollection, the way that we kind of describe it in the surgery team is they both came in around the same time. What we have to do is identify and treat the more critically ill patient, which was, he was unidentified at that time.
Is it safe to say that James McGrath was, you tended to him prior to tending to Thomas Connery based on the level?
Correct.
Of the critical care?
So he came in as a trauma code, which is the highest level. So anesthesia was there, I was there, everybody that I mentioned earlier was there.
And how did your team initially know that he was coming into the hospital? Was it an alert that you had gotten from EMS?
So throughout the emergency room, and again, we're not there, there's something called CMED, which is a radio system that the EMTs and the paramedics and the ambulances do to basically triage and give a heads up for the patients that are coming into the emergency room. They had given them a heads up of the nature of how in extremis he was, how much blood there was on the scene. So that automatically bumps him up to a trauma code. So the way that I'm notified is I get on my pager, it says trauma code and gives a very brief description of what it is.
Okay. And why did he come in as an unknown? Explain that a little bit.
That's just if there is nobody at the scene that can identify them, very well, that's one reason. The other reason is it's unclear whether or not he's a victim of violence, and we also want to just make them an alias and be unknown so that we can just focus on that and not have to worry about all the other stuff.
Prior to coming today, did you have an opportunity to review medical records for James McGrath?
I did.
And when he came in, do you recall what his appearance was?
very pale and white, and he was on a Lucas machine, which is an automatic machine that performs CPR. There is a plunger that goes over the chest, and then there's an archway where they put the patient's arms to, and it's Velcro too. And the EMS can start and stop, as can the team. The Lucas machine is what it's called. And that allows the EMTs or the paramedics to focus on things such as fluids, managing his airway, et cetera, things that need to be done, yet CPR is being performed.
If it's noted that his appearance was toxic looking, what does that refer to, or what does that mean?
The nurses say that if for some reason the patient looks like they're either dead or imminently dying, but very sick, not good.
Do you know what the acronym ETT refers to?
Yes, endotracheal tube.
And what is that?
That is the breathing tube that gets put into your airway when you can't breathe for yourself.
And the term asystole, what does that refer to?
So there are different types of heart rhythms. Asystole means that there is no electrical activity that the heart is actually showing, nor is there any waveform that will transduce to the heart to be able to give meaningful pumping to circulate your blood.
From both your personal recollection as well as your review of the medical records of James McGrath, when the patient presented, do you recall what type of a stretcher he was in?
He was in a bucket loader stretcher.
And what is that?
So backboards are typically flat. If you've gone to any swimming pool, you've seen it on the side there, and it's to allow people when they fall down, emergency people, to be able to slide them onto some sort of board and fix their neck and make them secure and seatbelt them in. I don't know why he was in a bucket loader. I'll be honest with you. Maybe there was a lot of things going on at the scene, and that's the only stretcher that they had. But they scooped him up into that, and then they put him onto the regular rolling stretcher. So they brought him in, and we moved the bucket loader over to the, there's another, so the ambulance, stretcher that fits in the ambulance comes in. They put it side by side with the emergency room stretcher, and then they move the patient over, whether it be in the bucket loader or typically just the backboard, over to that. And then we try to take the backboard off, but he was in such extremis that we didn't even, it was just really scoop done all the way into, and continued CPR.
So you immediately started working on him without even taking him
There
out of
was
the bucket stretcher?
there was no stoppage whatsoever.
Now, the term ED disposition, what does that refer to?
So at the end of the evaluation of care, sometimes we have to decide where we're going to put the patient. So like, for instance, somebody that needs ICU level care, their ED disposition is to the ICU. If they need to be admitted and they are floor level care, meaning they're not as sick, they don't need intensive care, then they go to the surgical or medical floor.
If it says ED disposition expired, what does that refer to?
So that means that the patient is deceased.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor? Dr. Crombie, showing you what's been marked as states 82 for ID purposes. Do you recognize this document?
This is the medical chart of Mr. Unidentified, who's now identified as James McGrath, from 5/15/2022.
Did you have an opportunity to review those medical records
I
prior to
did.
testifying here today? And were those records made in the regular course of business of Bridgeport Hospital?
They are.
And is it the regular course, Mr. Hahn, is it the regular course of business for doctors and nurses at Bridgeport Hospital to generate such a report when treating a patient?
It is.
And are they under an obligation to record information accurately?
They are, and I am.
And is it a certified documentation?
It is.
I would like to do this marked as a full exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence states Exhibit 82, full exhibit.
Dr. Crombie, I have a few questions just to ask you about state 82, that was the exhibit. Let's reference those if needed. Direct your attention to states 82, page 13. Is this where your notes begin in attending to James McGrath?
So it's page 13, halfway down the page. This is my history and physical note that is written after the event occurs.
And page 15 into 16 of that exhibit, attending comments. Just refer to
That's
that
me.
page. That's you?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just please read what it says at the bottom there.
From my attending comments?
Yes.
Patient came from over 20 minutes away and clearly was on scene for greater than 20 minutes prior to that per EMS. The patient remained in cardiac arrest, meaning his heart had stopped per EMS and no other rhythm other than asystole, which is what I described to you before. Since they had picked him up, a significant amount of blood was described at the scene. Head to toe exam, his pupils were fixed and dilated and non-reactive. Stab wound noted in the left chest axillary region. No other injuries were noted on the secondary survey. Patient was intubated, however, there was clearly food substance near the ET tube as he vomited on intubation per EMS. End tidal CO2 was confirmed and placement was confirmed of the endotracheal tube. Upon turning off the Lucas CPR assist device, there were no pulses noted in any of the proximal carotid or femoral areas. Asystole was confirmed multiple times between the Lucas device and self-performing CPR. One round of ATLS, ACLS was done to include treatment as well with bicarbon calcium in addition to the epi that was given. No return of any signs of life were noted. Again, it is confirmed on the monitor that he was in asystole, and an ultrasound evaluation of the FAST reveals no cardiac motion, so time of death was called. Father was told of the condition of the patient.
Referring to page 14 of your notes, where it indicates under chief complaint HPI, where it indicates patient was reportedly found on scene in extremis with asystole as his read. What does that mean?
So meaning that the first note of what the EMS does is they have their own monitors that are portable monitors, and when they hooked it up to his chest with all the leads in the proper area, there was no cardiac rhythm whatsoever.
And EMS, and he presented in extremis 30 minutes after starting CPR. On arrival, he had a GCS of 3. What does that refer to?
So that is the Glasgow Coma Scale that I was telling you about earlier, and it's an evaluation of eye, verbal, and movement. So his eye exam was not moving, he was not talking, and he was not moving. So that's a 3.
No palpable central pulses. That's pulses anywhere.
So central specifically means that the first place that your heart pumps to is your carotids, which are the 2 big vessels in your neck, and then your femorals, which are down in your groin.
And bilaterally dilated unresponsive pupils and ongoing CPR.
So what that means is when the brain does not have oxygen for a period of 3 to 4 minutes, you start to lose, your brain dies and you lose the ability to react to light. And that's seen typically in exactly this fixed and dilated unresponsive pupils.
Directing your attention to page states, I believe we're on 82, page 15 of James McGrath's medical records under trauma bay events, where it indicates resuscitation. Those 4 bullets underneath.
Yep, so
resuscitation.
epinephrine times 2, so they gave adrenaline, which is a drug that we typically give that is naturally occurring in our bodies in the adrenal gland to try to kickstart the heart. It was given 2 times with continuous CPR. No ROSC achieve means that there were no spontaneous live events that were return of spontaneous circulation was not achieved. Cardiac ultrasound, we have a ultrasound in the trauma bay that can look at a bunch of different things, but we specifically looked at the heart and it was not moving whatsoever. And then patient declared dead at 12:52 a.m.
Dr. Crombie, who declared James McGrath dead?
It was technically my resident, but I was there supervising.
And do you recall who went out to tell James McGrath's father that his son had passed away?
So I immediately asked so there's a team that comes in with everybody, and we have pastoral care. We have pastoral care residency program. So they typically try to figure out where the family is. So I turned and I asked where the family was, and they brought me to where Mr. McGrath was. And
Do you have a recollection of telling the father that his son had passed away?
I do, very vividly.
And directing your attention, withdrawn. Dr. Conway, there was some indication that James McGrath had an elevated blood alcohol level that night. Anything about that fact that would have affected his injuries or the fact that he had died
No,
regarding the alcohol?
no.
Would you have treated him any differently if
We would
he
have
had
not.
alcohol in his system?
We don't know that at the time, as I stated earlier.
And would he have still succumbed to his injuries even if the alcohol was present?
For this particular injury, yes.
And is there anything, Dr. Conway, that you vividly remember when you took, well, withdrawn? Was James McGrath ever taken out of that bucket stretcher and put somewhere else at some point?
Yes. So before I went out to go find Mr. McGrath, what we typically do to try to help the family see their loved one for the last time is the whole team, particularly the nurses, will clean up. It's a little messy after we've been working on somebody particularly that had bled significantly. So what we had done is all hands on deck because it was a big bucket stretcher, which is much heavier than it. And when we went to basically pull him, the bucket stretcher, onto a clean stretcher, there was liters and liters of blood that spilled all over the floor in the trauma bay, all over. It was in the bottom of that bucket. So we had to clean that up again, which is consistent with the type of injury that he had.
Do you have a vivid memory of that?
I do, because I did not want to go get his dad before we cleaned all of that up.
And final question, Dr. Crombie, from your expertise with an injury to the heart, such as the one that James McGrath suffered, what were the chances that he would ever survive such an injury?
Impossible, unless it happened in the hospital and we were right there to crack his chest.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Attorney Smith?
Would you like me to begin, Your Honor, or would you like?
Do you have an estimate on how long the cross will be?
I think if Your Honor is okay with going perhaps a little past 3:30, that we should be able to complete the cross-examination.
All right, why don't we keep going then? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Crombie.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
We have not.
We've never discussed this case before.
We have not.
You are here to tell us today about the things that you did after the events that led to these injuries, correct?
That's correct.
And you were telling us that as part of what you did, that some blood was drawn from Mr. Connery, correct?
Correct.
You didn't know that at the time, but you told us that his blood alcohol level was a 0.125, correct?
That's correct.
And you said that 0.8 is considered impaired, correct?
Correct.
And 0.8 is considered impaired as far as for legal purposes, for driving, or for medical purposes, or both?
Well, it could be a little bit of both, and I believe it's 0.08 when we do the conversion over.
Okay. So a 0.08 is too impaired to drive under the law, correct?
Correct.
And is also, medically, is that a different sort of level of impairment than what we
It is.
use?
It
Okay.
is. So I guess I should explain that to you. So just like I was saying, like depending on your body mass index, depending on your age, depending on, there is a enzyme in our livers called alcohol dehydrogenase, which breaks down the alcohol into the different components. And then the free components are what make us impaired. And depending on how fast those enzymes work, and then the size of our bodies has to do with the depot, and then our bodies, processing through that. The enzymes itself can be affected by multiple different factors, including any meds that you're on. Even if you were to take a Tylenol because you had a sore knee and you were 21 years old, it's going to be a little bit delayed in the metabolism or breakdown of that and clearance of that. In individuals that have a history of utilizing alcohol regularly, they tend to have more of this enzyme around and can clear it quite quickly, so they can seem very functional despite the fact that the legal limit or what's measured is significant. There are various tables on this, but there's various different things that affect that. But when this all evolved years ago, legally driving and operating motor vehicles was the 80 deciliters or the 0.08.
And in fact, it used to be higher than that,
It-
correct?
that's correct.
0.10. and it's
Yeah.
been lowered as
That's
we've
correct.
developed more information about the impairment effects of the alcohol,
Correct.
correct?
That's correct.
And when we have a BAC, that number reflects the amount of alcohol that's already been metabolized and is in the bloodstream at that point, correct?
That's correct.
And there's a fairly standard sort of metabolism rate for most people. Is that fair to say?
In general, yes, but just like I was saying with all of those different factors, and it's kind of like dive tables. They create them based on a bunch of different data, and they come up with the metabolism. You know, it's certain in an hour it should be this, in an hour it should be this, and in another hour it should be this.
Have you heard that for a male, about 2 drinks per hour would get you to a 0.08?
It's again, there's so I have heard that. I don't know if I necessarily think that that's totally accurate because when you say male, it could be a 5'2" male, it could be a 6'7" male. And it could be somebody that one guy's never had a drink in his life. This guy drinks regularly, so it's completely different.
Okay. Age can affect that as well?
Age can affect it, yes.
And you mentioned a dive table. What's a dive table?
For those individuals that do scuba diving, the Navy tested exactly almost similar to alcohol, the amount of nitrogen that is in your blood that precipitates out if you dive a certain depth. And they tested it on various naval individuals, and then very similar to the alcohol tables, they have a level of clearance per hour depending on the depth and the time that you were exposed to the oxygen.
Okay. And you told us that a 0.125 would indicate significant impairment, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say it's significant, but it is impaired, again.
Okay. So you don't recall telling us that that would be significantly impaired?
No, significant is 500, 600, which I have seen. That's significant.
500 or 600, that would be close to fatal, would it not?
Depends on the individual again.
A 0.50, half of their blood being alcohol, and that would not be fatal?
So it's not a half. So you think 0.5 is 50% of your blood volume. It's actually a measurement of the ethanol or whatever is in your system. So they measure it on an assay, and they actually, it doesn't mean 50% of your blood. Okay. It's an assay.
And at a 0.125, you said that may have some effect on his injuries as far as bleeding or things of that nature?
It has an effect, exactly what I was explaining before, is that it's a diuretic. So what that means is that he's legally drunk. Level of impairment, as we've just discussed, depends on the individual. But what doesn't depend on the individual is that alcohol signals you to pee out and override your kidney's regular homeostasis. So how that can affect your injuries is that if you're already dry to begin with, you have a certain blood alcohol level that your body's trying to clear. I'm assuming they aren't drinking water in between the alcohol that they're drinking. He's bleeding, and then in addition to that, his kidneys are peeing out, taking some of the intravascular volume out of his body. So that can affect your injuries.
Okay. At 0.125, would you also expect that to affect his ability to accurately describe how he'd come by these injuries?
Again, it depends.
Could
When
affect
I
his
examined, when I examined him, he was telling me exactly what was described to him.
Could it affect his perception at that level?
It's hard to say. Again, it just depends.
Depends on the person.
It depends on the person. It's very different.
Would you expect somebody who had only had 2 beers a few hours beforehand to have a 0.125?
It depends. It has to go back to that alcohol dehydrogenase enzyme that I'm talking about, how active it is or how inactive it is. And then some of it is also just genetically, some people have more active alcohol dehydrogenase than others.
So you're saying that you would expect somebody who'd had 2 beers a few hours before you saw them to still have a 0.125?
It can happen.
Just 2 beers to get us to 0.125,
Depends on the individual.
even if it was a number of hours beforehand?
It depends. How do you know it was 2 hours before?
If that's what the person said.
It's hard to say.
It is hard to say, isn't it? It would be unusual. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't say it's unusual, but it's possible.
And we also talked about a .20 blood alcohol content level. You recall that?
I do.
That is more than twice the legal level of impairment of
It
.08,
is.
correct? And would you consider that to be a significant level of impairment?
It depends on the individual. So if it's a 6'8" football player, maybe not.
When you say if it was a 6'8" football player, why would a .20 not be significant impairment?
So, again, the way that the law, and I didn't make the law, deemed it is they took an average of individuals' impairments and they measured what their deciliter was. They did a bunch of tests and they said, do this cognitively, move this way, and that's how they came out with a .8. And that's now in a larger, more massed individual with a bigger liver, they can metabolize just better is the line. And if it happens to be an individual that, you know, has a history or has that genetic predisposition, each one of us is different. We're a mosaic of all of our genes. It depends on what their level of impairment is.
But you would agree that the law has said that .08 is...
To operate a motor vehicle
impaired to
or
operate.
motor, yes,
Or both,
or both.
heavy machinery.
Correct.
And so, if this jury was interested in why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, that's not anything that you could help them learn about, is it?
So I am here to describe the two patients that I took care of. I don't actually know who Mr. Valle is, I'll be honest with you.
Okay.
But I'm here to talk to you about the injuries that we treated that night and how we attempted to save one of the victims.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any redirect? No redirect. All right, thank you, doctor. You're relieved. Thank you. Just watch your step as you exit the witness stand. Thank you. Just a quick question to the state, if I could inquire, was that the last witness that the state had lined up for today, or do we have another witness to call?
I believe we actually have another witness if you want to start that witness.
All right, why don't we do our 15-minute recess then, and then we'll get started on that. All right, court's going to stand in the afternoon, 15-minute recess. Thank you.
All rise, court to Back in session, the Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. You may be seated. Thank you. Counsel, are we prepared to call the next witness?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, we'll bring the jury in then. Thank you. Counsel, I would plan to stop at quarter of.
That's fine, Your Honor. Yes, I can probably take us till quarter of.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of all of our jurors.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So the state, at this time, if you would like to please call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State would call Ryan Hines to the stand.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please step up into the witness box and remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to put you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Ryan Hines, RyanHeinz,
Thank you, and please state your address.
91 Beach Drive.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your
Thank
Honor. Ryan, do me a favor, just sit close to that microphone and keep your voice up, because the acoustics in this courtroom is not too good. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how old you are?
I'm 19 years old.
And do you go to school?
Yeah, I'm going to be attending Alfred State University in the fall.
And what are you going to study?
Heavy machinery operations.
And prior to Alfred State University, were you in school?
I just ended a postgraduate year at Bridgeton Academy.
And did you play any sports?
Yeah, I played football there.
And are you working for the summer?
Yes, I am.
What are you doing?
I'm working at the UPS store in Fairfield.
Now, prior to your testimony today, have you and I met?
Yes, we have.
About how many times?
3, 4.
And why did we meet?
To talk about today.
And I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 16 years old.
And did you go to school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go to school?
I was in Shelton High School.
And did you play any sports?
Yeah, I played football and baseball.
And what year in school were you back then?
I was a sophomore at the time.
You were a rising sophomore, or were you ending your sophomore?
I was ending my sophomore year.
So I want to direct your attention to earlier on in the day on May 14th of 2022. You familiar with Griffin Marcinzik?
Yes, I am.
How do you know Griffin?
Griffin's a really good friend of mine. Ever since I moved to Shelton, he's been one of my first buddies.
And did you and Griffin hang out somewhere earlier in the day on May 14th of 2022?
Yeah, I think we hung out at his house for a little bit that day.
Around what time would you say you were at his house?
Getting closer to the evening time.
And at some point, did you leave his house?
Yes, I did.
And where did you guys go?
Natalia Rizdik's house.
And how did you get to Natalia Ridzik's house?
I believe we walked.
Is it close?
Yeah, it's only 2-3 streets away.
And when you got to Natalia Ridzik's house, what kind of things were you guys doing there?
Just sat down, hanging out. She had a couple people over. It was no more than like eight of us there.
Now, were you guys drinking alcohol?
Yes, we were.
And were you drinking?
Yes, I was.
And how much were you drinking?
I would say at her house,
no more than 2 beers.
Did you drink at Griffin's house prior to going to Natalia's house?
No, I didn't.
When you went to Natalia's house, did you bring any alcohol with you?
Yes, I did.
And what did you have with you?
I had a 12-pack of Bud Light with me.
And you said you drank 2 beers out of that Bud Light?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long would you say you were at Natalia Ridzik's house for?
30, 40 minutes, something like that.
And at some point in time, did you and Griffin leave Natalia's house?
Yes, we did.
Why did you leave Natalia's house?
Because we were invited to Austin Leifer's house.
And do you know where Austin Leifer's house is?
Yes, it's on Lazy Brook.
And did you in fact go to Lazy Brook Road?
Yes, we did.
And how did you get there?
Tanner Chernowski drove us there.
Okay. And when Tanner Chernowski drove you there, was it just you and Griffin?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, did he drop you off?
Tanner, yeah, he dropped us
Lazy
off.
Brook Road. Around what time do you think he dropped you off?
Gosh. Around like 7, 8 o'clock, somewhere around there.
And around 7, 8 o'clock, what was the lighting out like out?
It was still daylight out.
And at some point in time, was it getting dark?
Yeah.
And when you got to Lazy Brook Road, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when you got there?
So we showed up there. We were just walking up the driveway, and then the garage door was open, and we just heard music and noise, and we walked into the garage, and that's about as far as we got in.
Now, when you got to Lazy Brook Road, were you drinking a beer down the driveway?
No, I still was only at 2 beers.
And you say you got as far as the garage. Why did you only get as far as the garage?
Because as we're about to walk into like what you would like the door from the garage like into the house, there's 3 or 4 people getting kicked out, it seemed like, of that door and getting told to leave.
And do you know who those people were?
At the time, no.
Do you know who they are now?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
The defendant, Jack Snyder, and Tyler De Silva.
And you say the defendant. Who is the defendant?
Raul Valle.
And is Raul Valle in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
And can you please point him out for the...
He is right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case?
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valley.
Now, when you say you were trying to get into the house and the defendant and his friends were being, what you deemed being kicked out of the party, tell me what happened at that time.
Him and his friends started just questioning us who we were and asking what our business was there.
And what was your response to that?
Austin had invited us over. I played football with Austin for a year in 8th grade for Shelton. Became pretty good friends with him. And he had told me and Griffin that night, come over, I'm having a party, come over.
When you got to Lazy Brook, did you notice if there was any drinking going on at that house?
Oh, yes, there was.
And when you responded to the defendant and his friends, telling them that you were there because you were invited by Austin, what was their reaction to that?
They didn't care. They didn't seem to ask Austin who we were. They didn't care. They weren't worried about if we were invited or not. They weren't worried about that.
Was the defendant saying anything to you in particular during those moments?
No, not really. It was more of Snyder that was saying stuff to me.
And at some point in time, how long would you think that interaction between you and the defendant and his friends lasted for?
About 2 or 3 minutes.
And then at some point in time, withdrawn, did this interaction happen inside the garage
all
area?
in the garage. All in the garage.
At some point in time, did the interaction between you and the defendant and his friends extend to outside the garage?
Yes, it did.
Tell us about how that happened.
So basically, it started with Snyder asking me for a beer because I had my 12-pack in my hands. And I actually said, yeah, sure, you can have a beer. And then the defendant asked me for a beer also. I said, yeah, sure, you can have a beer. I gave each of them a beer. And they were just like, they weren't okay with that. They started getting very argumentative with us, still wanting to know who we were, why we're there, and insisting that I give up my whole entire pack of beers for them.
And what happened after they insisted that you give up your beers?
like I said, I gave each of them one beer. Was just like, is that all right? Like, can we just be cool about this? And for a second, it seemed like, yeah. They were like, yeah, sure, it's cool, it's fine. And we're like, all right, cool. Like, can we get by? And then all of a sudden, I get my beer grabbed from out of my hands by Snyder. And then all of a sudden, me and Griffin are getting pushed out, not on our own.
And how were you getting pushed out?
Literally got grabbed and just started being walked out by Snyder out of the garage into the driveway.
And once you got out into the driveway, what was your reaction to how you were being treated?
I was in shock. Like I wasn't trying to be an aggressor in any sort of way. I just had given them a beer, trying to be cool, make some friends, whatever. But they were very just like, fuck you, blah, 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 who are you? All this, that, and another thing.
And at some point in time, did you get angry with
Yes,
her?
I did.
Can
I
you tell-
got upset with Snyder, and I simply said to him, listen, like, that's not how this is going to happen. And I told him, like, I'll fight you for my beer right now.
And so when you told him you would fight for your beer, what did you do at that point?
He said, okay, sure. I don't know where or who had my beer at that point in time. And I kind of just put my hands up, getting ready to fight him.
Now, prior to you getting ready to fight Snyder, do you remember what he was wearing at that point in time?
He was wearing, I believe, some sort of Nike hoodie and some shorts.
Do you remember what the defendant was wearing?
Yeah, he had a Ole Miss baseball shirt on.
Show you State's Exhibit 53. Show you State's 53. Is this what you recall the defendant and Snyder looking like that night?
Yes.
Okay. You see that the defendant has some the helmet on?
Yeah,
Did he have that on when you initially talked?
whole
to him?
time.
Okay. And he has some type of neck pillow on?
Yeah,
Did he have that on when you spoke to him in the garage?
I don't recall.
Okay. So when you get out into the driveway, you square it up with Jack. What does that mean, you square it up?
I put my fist up, like, just kind of saying, all right, let's go. Let's do this.
And did Jack, in fact, put his hands up?
Yes, he did.
And at some point in time, what happened after that?
I'm kind of looking at Jack, just like kind of walking closer to him, like about to go and punch him. But then it happened so fast where I get hit, like right here, I get hit. And I'm thinking it's Jack that hit me. Like, it happened so fast, but then I'm like, whoa, like, he's far away. But it just instincts took over, and I just went and tackled Snyder to the ground.
And at some point in time, how long would you say the fight lasted for?
30 seconds.
And do you know who you were fighting with at that moment?
I was just trying to fight Snyder.
And do you know if anybody else was fighting with you?
I felt a lot of blows to the back of my head multiple times, over and over, repeated, getting like what felt like being punched in the back of my head many times while I was just on top of Snyder. And then all of a sudden I'm getting ripped off by my neck, and that was about it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 58. Like, have you seen the video from the fight at Lazy Brook?
Yes, I have.
Stop right there. So I'm going to, you have a pointer up there?
Yeah.
So this is frame 47. The
Yep.
individual here in the red sweatshirt, do you know who that is?
That's Snyder.
Okay. And the guy here in the green sweatshirt and
That's
the
me.
black shorts,
That's me.
do you know who this is behind you?
That's the defendant.
Okay, just play a little bit. Not right there. Frame 100, this individual right here to the left, do you know who that is?
That's De Silva.
Now, after this fight ended, what did you do?
I got my beer back and I left.
Do you know how you got your beer back?
I believe the lifer's mother gave it back to me.
And was there any arguing back and forth going on after this fight ended?
No.
You just grabbed your beer and you took off?
Yep.
Now, when this fight occurred, do you know whether or not, would you recall where Griffin was at the time?
He was like, I don't know.
You can't see him in the video. can
No,
you?
he's not in the video. He's like over to the right
Okay.
more. Like,
But he
you
was
kind of
close.
see where those people are standing behind it to the
Okay.
right.
Yep.
He's like a little bit more behind them and to the right. I don't know. Somebody like, I think somebody like grabbed him and
Okay.
like held him back, not letting him.
But in
come.
other words, he was close to see what was going on, right?
Yes, Griffin definitely saw.
Now, at some point in time, you grabbed your beer. What did you do? Walk up the driveway?
We'll walk down the driveway.
Walk down the driveway, excuse
Yeah.
me? Okay, when you walked down the driveway, what did you do when you got to the end of the driveway?
Me and Griffin were kind of just standing there like, well, we got to leave, but we don't have a ride or anything like that. But then I can remember there were girls down at the bottom of the driveway and they offered to give us a ride home.
Showing your states 59. See that? Do you see states 59?
Yes, I do.
Who's this individual in the back here?
That's me.
That's you.
Yep.
And was this picture taken before or after the fight?
Oh, that's after.
And can you see, if you look close enough, looks like you have a, look like you have like a bloody lip there?
Yeah.
Who's this individual here to the left of you?
That's Griffin.
Okay. And did you know any of these girls that night when you walked down the driveway?
I did not know.
Why were you involved in this picture?
I don't know.
Because somebody else took it?
Yeah.
Did you get a ride home from, or a ride from Lazy Brook after this picture was taken?
Yes.
Who took you?
One of these girls.
Okay. And where did they take you?
Back to Natalia's house.
And when you were at Natalia's house, did you drink any alcohol there?
I don't know. I didn't.
How long would you say you were at Natalia's house after they gave you a ride there? How long
10
were you there?
minutes.
10 minutes? Now, at some point in time between Lazy Brook and Natalia's house, did you become aware of a group chat that had started?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
That was a group chat that I had been added to a week or two prior, actually.
Why were you added to it? Do you know why?
I really don't know, to be honest. My buddy Michael Kinnick added me to it. It was his little like basketball group chat to go play at the community center with some buddies. And I just remember that group chat, like there would be a lot of shit talking that happened in that group chat, like all the time. And he just one day added me to it and was just like, talk some shit to these kids, blah, blah, blah. That's really all I remember about
So you
it.
didn't actually go play basketball? You
No,
were just in the chat?
you could ask any of my friends. I don't really like playing basketball.
Now, do you know whether or not the group chat involved any of withdrawn? The individuals that you just got into an altercation with back at Lazy Brook, did they go to school with you?
Just Griffin.
Griffin went to school with you, but did the defendant go to school with you?
No,
Do you know where he went to school?
he went to St. Joe's.
What about Jack Snyder?
He went to St. Joe's as well.
What about Tyler De Silva?
He went to St. Joe's.
Do you know if any of the girls in this picture here States 59, do you know if any of the girls in this picture, did you go to school with any of these girls?
No,
Do you know where they went to school?
I believe St. Joe's.
Okay. Now, in this group chat, were you aware as to whether or not individuals from St. Joe's were added to the group chat?
I was not aware. I saw a lot of phone numbers being added to it, but I didn't know who was who and all that.
Do you know whether or not, not what was said, but do you know whether or not any commentary that was going on in the group chat when you were driving from Lazy Brook to to Natalia's house had anything to do with what had just happened at Lazy Brook?
No.
Were you in fact involved in the group chat from Lazy Brook to Natalia's house?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you know whether or not Griffin was at that point?
Not that I recall.
So when you get to Natalia's house, you said you're there for 10 to 15 minutes?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, you leave Natalia's house?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Charlie came and picked us up.
Charlie who?
Connery,
And how do you know Charlie Connery?
good friend of mine.
And did you go to high school with him?
Yes, I did.
Now, at some point in time, after you leave Lazy Brook, when you get to Natalia's house, do you text message anybody about what happened to you at Lazy Brook?
No, everybody like already knew for some reason. Like I didn't go around telling people all this and that about what happened. I didn't really care that much. I didn't tell anybody about it. Everybody just already knew.
Well, in fact, at Lazy Brook, did you go there to fight?
No, I just came because Austin invited me.
Now, so Charlie Connery came and picked you up from Natalia's house. Where did he take you?
To the richest house.
And when you say the richest house, who's the richest?
Tyler Rich.
And how do you know Tyler Rich?
I just played football with him that past year.
Did you go to school with him?
Just for like that sophomore year, because due to COVID, like freshman year, all that stuff. So freshman, sophomore year, you could say, yeah, I went to school with him.
States Exhibit 5, do you recognize this house?
Yes.
Whose house is that?
Tyler Rich's house.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, did you go in immediately inside the house?
Yes, I did.
And how many people would you say were there when you got there?
20 to 30.
And when you got there, what kind of things were going on inside the house?
I just had like people coming up to me and questioning me like what had happened, just wanted to know what had happened. I wasn't like everybody like I said before, they already knew. I don't know how they knew, but they knew what had happened, and I just simply explained to the people that asked me what happened, what had happened.
And did you in fact tell them what happened at Lazy Brook?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you were, aside from what you told people, happened at Lazy Brook, what other things were going on inside Tyler Rich's house?
Conversation.
People hanging out?
Yeah.
Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Did you see who was drinking alcohol, or was it just kind of just there and people you
Yeah.
saw?
It was just
What kind of alcohol was being consumed? Do you remember?
just beers or seltzer, something like that.
Did you bring your beer
Yes.
or what was left of them with you to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, I did.
Did you in fact drink any alcohol when you were at Tyler Rich's house? One beer?
Yeah.
Now, when you got to Tyler Rich's house, how did you enter the house? Do you remember?
Through the cellar side doors.
Do you recall where the cellar side doors are?
Yeah, it's on the right of the house.
So if I'm, so I'm pointing to this area here. Is this around the area where you came into the house?
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be, what, on the other side of this AC unit?
Yeah.
And when you got there, actually withdraw. Showing you states 54. Do you know who that is?
It's Faison.
And how do you know Faison?
Just went to school with him and played a season of football with him.
Do you know whether or not Faison was at Tyler Rich's house when you got there?
I don't know.
But was he there at some point in the
Yes.
night? Showing you states 55. Do you know who that is?
Yeah,
Who is that?
that's Tommy Connery.
And how do you know Tommy?
He's Charlie's older brother.
And was he there when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
I believe so. I wasn't really looking around to see who was there, who wasn't there, but yeah, I believe
You
he
said there
was
were
there.
30 people there.
Yeah, he was there.
Did you take into account every single person that was at Tyler Rich's house
No.
that night? But do you recall seeing Charlie there? I mean Tommy there?
Yeah.
Showing you states 57. You know who this is a picture of?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy McGrath?
I'd met him one time previously at Tyler's house, I think a few months beforehand. That's really my only relation with Jimmy.
Do you recall seeing Jimmy at Tyler's house?
Yes, actually, I remember talking to him. Actually, he was one of the first people I did talk to when I got there. He was asking me what had happened that night.
About the Laserbrook incident?
Exactly, yep.
Exhibit 56, who's that?
Me,
And do you know when this picture was taken?
in the hospital.
Now, are you familiar with Enrico Fiola?
Yes,
How do you know Ricky?
very good friend of mine.
And did you go to school with him?
Yes, I did.
And how about Sal Perry? Do you know
Yeah,
Sal
I know
Perry?
Sal, yeah.
And how do you know him?
Played football with him.
How about Mike Samperry?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Just friends. Like, just got to meet him when I first got to Shelton. We became good friends. He went to a different high school, but we still remained good friends.
How about Alex Bernston?
I'd met him like 2 or 3 times prior, just when I was with Tanner, hanging out with him. Alex would come around every now and then.
Okay. Now, the individuals I just mentioned, were they all at Tyler Rich's party? Do you remember seeing them?
Yes.
Now, after you got to Tyler Rich's house and you were telling people what had happened, did you guys kind of just hang out for a little bit?
Yeah.
Do you know whether or not this basketball group chat, was this going on at the time?
Yeah, like I wasn't really too involved in it, but I was feeling the notifications going off in my pocket on my phone. My phone, I felt the buzz going off on my phone, and I knew there was stuff being said in there. I just don't know what was being said exactly.
Do you know who was saying anything? You don't know? You just, did you glance at it and say, oh, that's the
I would
chat?
just look at it and be like, oh, whatever, put it back in my pocket.
Now, at some point in the night, did individuals show up to Tyler Rich's house that weren't invited?
Yes.
Okay, and how long would you say you were at Tyler Rich's house before that happened?
10, 15 minutes.
And how were you made aware that these individuals showed up to Tyler Rich's house?
Everybody was just like, they're here. They showed up, and people started walking outside.
Were you made aware of it through other individuals in the house, or were you also made aware of it through the group chat?
Just other individuals in the house.
And when you were made aware that they were here, what did you do as a result?
Walked outside.
And how did you walk outside?
Through the cellar doors that I came in from.
And when you walked outside, I'm going to show you this exhibit here, states 49. When you walked outside, can you tell us, where did you walk from the house?
Through the side where the cellar doors are, and then kind of through the driveway, and then the car was parked roughly right in front of the driveway.
So if I correct, you walked this way, for all intents and purposes with this exhibit, there's a blue truck here.
Yeah.
You walked down the driveway,
Mm-hmm.
and you're saying the car was parked somewhere in front of the driveway?
Yeah, maybe a little bit farther back, but yeah, right about there.
Was it parked on the side of the road, the middle?
No, it was more like right in the middle of the road.
So was the car parked somewhere around here?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the record can reflect, the lower portion of this exhibit, just to the left of the trees on the right side of Laurel Glen Road, towards the middle of the road.
Noted for the record, thank you.
And when you saw this car in the road, what did you notice about it? Did you notice what type of car it was?
Yeah, it was a SUV.
And showing you State's Exhibit 30, does that seem to be what you saw that night?
Yes.
And which way was it facing? Was it facing towards Adams, or was it facing towards Farmhouse? Exhibit 1's behind you if you want to.
It was facing towards Farmhouse.
Okay. You need to use this. And did you approach this vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And when you approached the vehicle, what side of the vehicle did you approach?
The driver's side.
And how far away did you get from the vehicle when you stopped, when you walked up to it? How far away?
I was right next to it.
And did you talk to anybody in the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anybody in the vehicle?
Yes.
Who did you notice?
I noticed Snyder driving, and then I noticed De Silva, Raul, and Mackenzie Traficante.
Did you notice anybody else in the vehicle?
A few others, but I didn't know who they were.
And can you describe, did you have, at some point in time, withdrawn, how many of you approached the vehicle?
10, 15.
And when you approached the vehicle, did anybody have a conversation with anybody in that vehicle?
Yes.
What was the conversation like? Not what was said, but what was it like?
It was, I don't really know how to explain it. Like, I feel like there was multiple different conversations going on throughout the vehicle. Like, I feel like someone was having a conversation with the front passenger, someone was having a conversation with the driver, somebody was having a conversation with the people in the back seats. So I'm not really too sure what was said, but it was, the overall tone of it was totally like chill and like normal, and then there were parts of it that were aggressive, and
And why did it get aggressive?
because they had jumped me.
And did you say anything to anybody when you were there?
No, not that I recall.
Do you recall if the defendant said anything to anybody?
No.
Now, at some point in time, you said that it got aggressive?
Yeah.
And when it got aggressive, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when it was getting aggressive.
Cans started getting thrown at the car, and then the car started whipping up and down the road.
Now, when you say cans got thrown at the car, who threw cans?
Multiple different people.
Did you throw any cans?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of cans did you throw?
I threw my Bud Lights that I had still.
Were they empty cans or were they full cans?
They were full cans.
Okay. Do you recall where you threw the can?
I believe I was on the other side of the car at this point, so on the passenger side now. And I believe I hit the door, the passenger side door. And then the other can I threw completely missed the car because I believe the car was moving at the time.
So you see this defect in the windshield here?
Yeah,
Did you recall doing that yourself?
I did not do that, no.
So if that was done that night, that was done by somebody else?
Yeah.
If it was done that night?
Yeah.
Now, after the beer cans were being thrown and other things were being thrown at the car, did anybody else put their hands on the car? Was there anybody else doing anything else to the car?
Not that I recall, no.
And you said the car at some point left?
Yeah,
And where did it go?
just up and down the road.
When you say up and down the road, if you're looking at State's Exhibit 1,
It was just going back and forth like this way.
and when it was going back and forth, what, if anything, was the car doing?
Going really fast.
Were they throwing anything from the car?
No,
You don't remember any of that?
no.
Where were you when the car was going up and down the road?
In the driveway.
And were you paying attention to it the whole time, or were you talking to other
much.
people?
A mix. Like I would pay attention to it, then I'd talk to the person next to me, something like that.
Now, when you were initially at the car, do you recall who was with you out of all your friends?
No, I wasn't worried about any of that.
Why can't you recall who was with you at the time?
I just wasn't looking for who was with me. I just knew it was my friends, people that I knew weren't going to do anything to me.
Do you know if Tyler Rich was there?
No,
Do you know if Griffin Marcinzik was there?
no,
Do you know if Ricky Fiola was there? Now, when the car went up and down the road and you were in the driveway, you said?
yeah.
You said you were just talking to your friends, kind of paying attention. Were you kind of looking down the road?
Yeah.
What were you doing? Okay, and you said you were talking to your friends. What friends were you talking to? You remember?
No.
Why can't you remember?
Just normal conversation, just can't remember.
Can't remember the particular person you were
Yeah.
talking to? At some point in time, did the car stop driving up and down the road?
Yes.
And where did you see it stop?
Like right at the corner of Farmhouse and Laurel Glen.
And when it stopped at that corner, what, if anything, do you remember happening next?
I can remember Tyler Rich running down there after the car, and I actually I didn't go fully down there, but I also kind of like walked about halfway down the road towards it.
So, I'm showing you this exhibit here.
Yeah.
This is State's Exhibit 49.
Mhm.
Can you show me on State's Exhibit 49 where you walked down to?
To about like where all the trees are. I just remember the trees on my side,
The trees here,
the other side of the road.
these trees?
Yeah.
So just past Tyler Rich's property on the left-hand side where there's these, looks like pine trees?
Yeah.
you stopped right around here?
Yep.
So if the record can reflect, he's on the left side of the road, just past the 43 Laurel Glen property, next to what appear to be pine trees next door.
Record shall reflect it, thank you.
And when you were there, how far away were you, do you think, from where the car was?
Gosh, I don't know. Several feet away from the car.
Like hundreds of feet, maybe 100 feet, a couple hundred
I
feet?
don't know.
Were you close enough to see anything going on down the road?
Not really. I was just able to like make out like people and that there were people down there.
And what did you see?
Just like people talking, it looked like, really. That's
And
about it.
when people were outside the car or inside the car?
Both.
And when people were down there talking, do you recall if any of your friends were down there at the same time?
Yeah, I know Tyler Rich was down there.
Did you know if anybody else went down there? No. Did more than just Tyler Rich go down there, though?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not, outside of talking, did you see anybody get into any physical altercation or fight down there?
No.
Did you see anybody throw anything down there?
No.
How long would you say that you were watching what was going on down the road at that point in time?
I think I watched for like 30 seconds and I just stopped caring and I walked back to the house.
You walked back to the house. Did you go back inside the house?
Yeah.
So tell us how did you get back inside the house?
Same way that I went in previously through the cellar doors.
So you walked. Did you walk down the road, cut across the property, and
Yeah,
back
I
into
cut
the cellar?
through the yard and went through the cellar doors.
And when you got back inside Tyler Rich's house, what did you do when you got back inside the basement?
I just like kind of stood there for like a minute or two. Everybody seemed to be in there, and then all of a sudden I just hear, "They're back. They're back. They're in the yard."
Now, before you heard they're back, what kind of things were you guys doing? Were people still drinking, having a good time, hanging out?
Not really anymore. Everybody's kind of just like, this night's over. Nothing good about it.
What time of day was it? Was it late?
I don't know, like.
If you
10,
can't recall, you
11,
can't recall.
I can't really recall.
It wasn't light out though, right?
No.
And was it, when you were outside, was it dark enough that you couldn't see in front of you?
No, it was a nice night. Like it wasn't dark. Like it wasn't pitch black outside. Like you could see the person in front of you. You could see like somebody 10 feet away from you. You
And
could make them out.
Were there any other lights around the area at the time? Do you remember if there were any lights
I
from the
think
house?
there was like a sensor light from the house, but that's really all I recall.
And you said at some point in time, you heard somebody say they're back.
Yeah.
When you heard somebody say they're back, what did that mean to you?
I don't really know what it meant to me. I just instantly was like, I want to go see what it is.
So you were curious?
Yes.
And because you wanted to go see what it was, what did you do as a result?
I immediately went right back out the cellar door and walked into the yard.
And when you walked into the yard, showing you State's Exhibit 5, where did you go? Do you recall where you went? Can you show me in State's Exhibit 5?
I'm somewhere behind like this red bush.
Okay. So you're somewhere over here?
Yeah.
So if the record can reflect, I'm pointing to the left side, just behind the red bush.
Record can reflect, thank you.
And when you come outside and you're near this bush here, what do you see when you come outside?
I see the defendant and then I see De Silva.
And can you tell us on State's Exhibit 5 where you saw them?
About the same area. De Silva was like, if I'm looking at them, De Silva was behind the defendant to his right a little bit, maybe 3 or 4 feet.
So if you're looking this way,
Yeah.
De Silva's over here?
Yeah.
Okay, and the defendant is where?
Right in front of me.
And tell us about your did you have an interaction with these two?
Yes.
Just tell us about that.
So when I walk outside, the defendant had just like put his shirt up over his head. and like I can't do it right now, but he like put his shirt over his head and was just like quietly, very calmly saying, "Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? I want to see Aiden King," and just kept repeating that over and over again.
Did you ask him why he wanted to see Aiden King?
I wasn't really worried about it. I didn't care.
And what was your reaction when he was asking about where Aiden King was?
I just was like, "Don't worry about it. I'm right here. What's your problem? Like, why are you back here?
Yeah, and what was his response?
Where's Aiden King?" And then I caught like, I was like, "Why do you have your shirt on your head like that?" I was saying that, and then I pulled the shirt off of his head, not like hard or anything like that, but I just grabbed it, I pulled it off of his head, and then all of a sudden, like that, it was just a totally different person, and like, just got crazy.
What do you mean?
Like, the defendant was really calm and just quiet, and was just like, "Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King?" And I'm, like I said, I don't know, I don't care, like, I'm right here, what's the problem here? Pulling the shirt off of his head, and then the second I pulled the shirt off of his head, just starts freaking out, like, get very upset and argumentative, and forgot about Aiden King, and did worry only about me and the people next to me.
And when you say argumentative, what was he doing?
Just, like, getting real fast, and just like, "Oh, like, you took my shirt off my head, like, like there's gonna be a problem now, blah, blah, blah," like, just all types of stuff like that.
Do you recall when you were talking to the defendant in the yard, do you recall who was near you at the time?
Yeah, Nikki DeJesus and Ty Wood right next to me.
And do you recall, if you can, was there anybody near Tyler DeSilva?
No, I wasn't worried or paying attention to Tyler DeSilva at that point in time.
And when the defendant started to react the way he did and get crazy, as
Yeah.
you said, what if anything happened next?
Me, Nikki, and Ty immediately were just, like, we're from me to the microphone at this point now, away from him, just looking him right in the eyes, and we're just chirping each other back and forth.
And when you say chirping each other, what does that mean?
Talking shit.
Okay. And how long did that last for?
30 seconds, 45 seconds.
At any point during your chirping back and forth, did you ever tell the defendant to leave?
No.
So after about 30 or 40 seconds, what happens next?
Out of nowhere, really, Tyler Rich punched him in the face.
Do you know why he punched him in the face?
He was on his property. I'm not really sure other than that, though.
But how did you see Tyler Rich punch him in the face?
I just saw like his fist and just hit him in the face.
Come over across. So where was Tyler?
I don't know where Tyler was. I just like literally like I was looking the defendant right in his eyes, like right in his face, like that's all I was looking at. I was locked in on that, and Tyler Rich's fist just punches him.
How do you know it was Tyler's fist?
I figured that out after the fact.
So you didn't know it at the time?
No, at the time.
But it was one of your friends that punched the defendant in the face?
Yes.
And when that happened, what happened after that?
I kind of, it's like weird from there. Like, I just kind of go at the defendant and I punch him in the face like 2 times.
And when you did that, did the defendant engage you?
Yes, he did.
And can you tell us a little bit about how
So
he
like
engaged you?
he was when he got punched in the face, he stumbled back and just kind of fell. And then that's where like I kind of like got over him and I punched him in the face, and then all of a sudden I just feel like a weird sharp pain in my side, and I just kind of went like this, and I went like this, and I looked down to this, and I see him with his fist clenched up like this, and kind of like his shoulder and like bicep area right here were like held back by something, but he was going like this, and I'm you can say I was like on top of him at this point, but he's going like this, and I just see like a jabbing motion towards my side, and that's where I felt like the stick right prior, and then all of a sudden I'm just like I gotta get away, like I gotta get out of here, and I get off and I just walk away.
And how many times would you say the defendant hit you?
Oh,
Do you recall?
I mean, I got stabbed 3 times, but I don't know. He was just going and going. Like it was not like he wasn't trying to hit me in a certain spot. It was just like just jabbing over and over and over, just trying to poke me basically.
And once that happened, you said you had to walk away.
Yeah, I just like, I don't know, like some instinct in me was just like, get up, get off, like, get out of there.
And when that happened, how did you feel?
I was just like dazed, and it's like really like blurry and just like, I don't know. It's just, it's honestly that entire part of the night like is the like least like there I am, I would say.
Okay. And at some point in time, what are you doing in the yard after this happens?
I realized that De Silva is in a fight with his own like group of people, and I kind of just stood there and watched.
And do you recall whether or not you engaged in that fight at all?
No.
Now, how long would you say that whole fight took place?
A minute.
And when the fight was going on, what kinds of things do you recall seeing about kind of watching the De Silva fight?
What do you mean by that? I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, you kind of just stood there, you said, and watched, right? What were you watching? What were you seeing?
Just people throwing punches, I guess, and that's really all I can recall about it.
When you were engaged with the defendant, do you know whether or not there was more than one person engaged with him?
No.
It was just you and him?
Yeah, from what I know.
And at some point in time, when you stop, when you back off from the defendant, do you see where he goes?
No.
Now, when you recall, if you can recall the De Silva fight, do you recall how many people were engaged with De Silva?
Like 3, 4 people?
3, 4? After the fight ends, at some point, do you realize that you're injured?
So, like, kind of as De Silva's getting, like, pushed out, my buddy Ty Wood was right next to me again, and he's like, dude, are you okay? And he's seen my clothes and, like, pointed it out, and I had already started to bleed through my sweatshirt and my shorts, and that's also when I heard my lung collapse in my chest, and I don't know how to describe it, but, like, it was, like, bubbles coming from out of my chest, and I just immediately got super like scared, and I didn't know what was going on.
And when you say you were bleeding,
Yeah.
did you say anything how did you realize that you had been injured?
I just kind of lifted up my shirt and looked, and I was like, holy shit, like I was stabbed.
And when you realized you were stabbed, at that moment, did you hear anybody scream anything?
No.
Did you see anything else at that point? What was going on?
I kind of just went into like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, I thought I was gonna die. Like, I heard the bubbles come from out of my chest, and I just immediately thought the worst. And I walked myself back in through the cellar doors into the basement and sat down and was like, I want water.
Okay. Now, when you were fighting with the defendant, did you have a weapon on you?
No.
Do you recall if Ty Wood had a weapon on him that night?
No.
Do you recall if Nikki DeJesus had a weapon on him that night?
No, none of my friends carry weapons.
So I'll show you State's Exhibit 60.
Yes, sir!
Okay, now, this individual right here on the left, the green sweatshirt, do you know who that is?
That's me.
That's you?
Yeah.
Do you recall at this moment in time in the video, first of all, have you seen this video before?
Yes.
And do you recall, based on your recollection of when you were engaging with the defendant, is this video before or after you were already stabbed?
This is after I was stabbed.
So how is it that you're standing there watching Tyler Da Silva, and how is it that you don't know you're stabbed at this point?
I just didn't know. Like, I just had so much adrenaline going through me. I was like, this is the point in time where I, like, just something told me in my head, get up, get away from this, like, and that's where I am now. Like that's where I kind of got up and I kind of just walked and was like, all right. And that's when I realized, like, there was a whole nother fight going on. I didn't even know really there was another fight going on. I really thought it was just me and the defendant.
And at some point in time, actually, you can play the rest of the So at some point in time, you recall hearing, he's got a knife, he's got a knife?
Yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, at what point in time do you realize that you're stabbed, and then you indicated you went down, you talked to Ty Wood, and then you go into the basement? At what point, I guess in that timeline, is my question.
Like the same exact time.
So you hear, he's got a knife, he's got a knife,
And Ty Wood's pointing out to me that I got stabbed.
and then you're lifting up your shirt? Now, I'll show you State's Exhibit 61. Can you see that?
Yeah.
This individual here on the left with the phone out,
Yeah.
do you know who that is?
That's Ricky Fiola.
And at this point in the video, you're already stabbed?
Yes.
So, is there a portion of this video that does not capture the beginning of the fight?
Yes, there is.
So, had this video started earlier, we would have seen the entire fight?
Yeah.
State 63. Again, this is, oh,
Me.
do you know who this is here?
That's Sal.
Sal Perry?
Yes.
This individual here with no shirt on, you know who that is?
Alex.
Alex Bernstein?
Mm-hmm.
How about this kid here with the red hat?
Michael Samperi.
And this is,
De Silva.
and do you recall being here in this moment in the video?
That's like the only like point of view like I remember of like watching De Silva. Like this is like what I remember from
Okay.
that. Yeah.
And it's seconds, a few seconds after this that you realize that Ty Wood comes over?
That's like when everybody started figuring out they were stabbed. Like I want to say like Faison might have been the first one that realized he was stabbed, and he was like, "Holy shit! Like I was stabbed!" And then everybody is just like, "Whoa! Like what's going on?" And
When you realized that you were injured, did you notice if any, aside from Faison, did you notice if anybody else was injured?
no,
You kind of just lifted your shirt up, went right into the basement, and
pretty much. Yeah.
sat down, said, "I need a glass of water"?
Yeah.
Did anybody else follow you into the basement?
Some people did, but I just don't. I don't remember who it was. Some people did follow me into the basement, and somebody did grab me a glass of water, and then they helped me out back outside because they were like, the ambulances are coming. They're about to be here. You got to come back outside. But I don't remember who it was.
Why don't you remember?
It was there was just so much going through my head at that point in time. Like I truthfully thought like I was gonna die. Like it was so hard for me to breathe. I didn't know I had a collapsed lung. I heard those bubbles happen in my chest, and I was just thinking the worst. And I truthfully thought like I was gonna die in that front yard or basement that night.
Did you know what was going on at that moment?
No, not really. I was just kind of in my own world, just like don't die, just one breath at a time. Kinda like that's literally what I got down to. By the time I was brought back into the yard and my lung was so like collapsed and stuff, like
Could you breathe?
like barely, I was like like that, like I barely was able to breathe, and I was just like one breath at a time. Just I literally took it down to seconds. Like I was thinking so small. I was just like, just one step at a time, and I'll make it. I'll be okay, and all that stuff. But yeah, I was just so in my own world, just thinking about life and my life to that point in time. I truthfully thought I was gonna die. And
Maybe this might be a good point to stop for the day.
All right, all right. So we are going to adjourn for the day in a moment. So before I do that again, I'm going to do my daily reminder to the jury. So again, please, you must abide by the rule of juror conduct that I described to you at the beginning of this trial and the instructions that I gave you, the end of the first day of trial, and the ones that I have repeatedly told you to continue to abide by. Please leave your notebooks behind. Have a good evening, and we'll see you back tomorrow to reconvene with the evidence. Thank you. Court stands adjourned.